How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Ara Still.
And Volacel and no Fern because he drew the short story and straw has to work today, but he may be in later depending on how his day goes. We'll just have
Yes,
to wait and see.
yes,
But in
indeed.
the meantime, we'll still press forward and we'll bring you the latest news and games on games stuff. Although, technically speaking, there's plenty of news this week and very little of it is stuff that I care about. So my motivation levels are quite low. It's not like we're paid to do this or anything. But we will mush on regardless. And if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. Or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw. Or you can join us in our Discord server, which is really the best place to communicate with the show hosts and other listeners to the show. And you can get there by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the YouTube archive of the show.
Yes, indeed. So today on the show, we're just running around in Genshin. I've made a bit of progress on my big Genshin project, and this means I am now moving on to the next step of it. So talk a bit about that. Nothing really has happened in the Hoyo games, so uh, not a whole lot to go over there aside from whatever personal stuff we're doing. Me and Vol have a surprise gotcha, I guess, that we played for like 2 hours. Vol's played like 14 hours. But
Have I?
uh huh.
I know I drank pretty heavily at one point, but
You have like
I did doze off too, a little bit. And then I opened my eyes and I was still in front of Wuthering Waves.
yeah, you have like 3 or 4 times the playtime I do.
I'm fairly sure I wasn't actually playing for a lot of that.
So yeah, we got a little bit of that. We
Otherwise,
can
I probably would have made it more than a quest ahead of you.
yeah. So we have a little bit of that we can talk about. Although I was very not feeling good when I was playing that and was on every over the counter medication you can think of. So my memory ain't super hot. There's been a few announcements that have come out this week. Uh, some of them relevant to us, most of them not, but we can go over the ones that are in our wheelhouses and talk about that. And I may interject at some point about a certain game of pegs because I'm very passionate about this.
Well, you play a lot of rounds of that as a kid.
Oh, as an adult, anytime you go to that restaurant, it's just there on the table. Even when you're just there with your buddies, trying to beat your buddies at the peg game is just kind of what you do. Either that or just sit and doom scroll on Twitter.
But surely it's a solved game.
Probably, but you're not if you don't remember what the solution is, which nobody does because nobody's going to sit there and keep the peg game solution in their head. You you just goof around with the peg game, right? So um, you can go ahead and jump in with your week, I guess, and we will start there.
Oh, all right then. Okay, let's see. I'm used to organizing my thoughts while Fern does his week, so now I feel slightly discombobulated. Um, So, as usual, my week mainly consists of gacha because, well, the gacha slop does deliver a generous helping of slop on the regular, which is something that the rest of the gaming industry more or less doesn't do. Which is not to say there aren't better things I could be playing. I still haven't made that much progress through Expedition 33, which is definitely a better game. However, slop is very easy to play when your brain is turned into mush after a long day's work. So, and anything that requires accuracy to Paris is not going to work for me. So, going down the list per normal, Blue Archive basically doesn't have anything happening this week. It's a Grand Assault week, which I deeply resent because it means I've got to do the freaking raid 3 times with 3 team comps. But there's not any story content happening. It's sort of a beat week. They did announce for the service that are in the future, unlike us, that they are starting to release the characters from Wild Hunt as playables. So yeah, they've brought Highlander in, and now they're bringing Wild Hunt in, and I think the last named school that hasn't got any playables is Odyssey, the Maritime School.
Uh,
Uh,
I'm not as up to date on the Blue Archive lore as you are, so.
well, Odyssey is only mentioned like once, and it's in Bunny Chasers on Board,
Oh, do we
which
have
was
so?
running when you were playing.
What about everybody's favorite high melanin count uh school, the School of Journalism?
Oh right, Kronos. No, Kronos doesn't have any playables yet either.
Oh, I got to take a long way to get to this one because you don't have a waypoint. Oh, I don't want to go take that long way though. Got to be one that's above ground. There we go.
I haven't spent much time exploring Sumeru. I sort of skipped over it straight to Fontaine. But yeah, so there's not much happening in Blue Archive right now. So we'll just sort of skate over that one. It's become much more efficient to get my dailies done, I must say, now that it's on PC, because for whatever reason, the amount of delay that's involved in playing Blue Archive on my phone, on my old slow phone and my new fast phone, is more or less the same. There's not really any measurable difference. Not really sure why that would be, but that is in fact the case. Next, going down the list. Oh my goodness, there's an Aranara here.
Yeah,
Am I supposed to do something with it?
We got to save him from the Abyss Mages.
Thanks to Nara, friend. I need to go back to Vanarana and tell Nara's stories to other Aranara. Okay, I need to mark that on the map, but I'm not quite sure what sort of marker on the interactive map that would look like.
I think there's a dedicated Aranara ticker.
Well, I think there's more than one. That's the confusing part. Let's see. Where am I? It's we're at the end of the stream that comes out of Sumeru City. So Sumeru City is there. I see this Nara mark on the map. Okay. Okay, Aranara has been marked. Nara. Where was I? Right. Genshin. I am in attempt to accumulate more resources mode, because I'm probably going to be in full hibernation for a while, since I don't have Nilou, nor do I have the components to build a Nilou team, nor do I have really any team that's particularly compatible with any form of Dendro except Hyper Bloom and Aggravate. So, and even those, like, I'm way behind the curve.
And you don't
I know
you don't need no
I know
Nilou for
you
Hyper Bloom.
I know you like Verisa, but I think Verisa was a very bad design decision on Mihoyo's part. Partly because she basically renders every other lightning damage dealer completely irrelevant. And it's simply due to the fact her numbers are just too large.
Yeah, it
Her numbers are bonkers large.
If Verisa didn't have a Neon Son that you could keep in your pocket to double her damage, that where you can perpetually keep the buff up, I don't think Verisa would be that bad. But she would be about on parity with everybody else. The issue with Verisa is when you get her out and you have Eon Son's buff going, that buff is so tailored for her and so powerful that it pushes her damage to unreasonable levels and also takes care of the a lot of the energy recharge requirements because you have 2 Electros on the team. So you get the Electro Resonance. This is the way marker that I need you to have, by the way.
Yeah, I've got to find a way to get there the old-fashioned way.
I slowly climbed up a very big cliff.
That doesn't sound like fun at all. But yeah, it's I sort of I resent that, which is part of one of the reasons I just have no interest in Luna Charged or Luna Bloom, because it's like, well, I've got this character, Clorand, that I put a lot of work into, who performed very well in her day, and her day was not that freaking long ago. and they've just rendered her totally irrelevant because they can. Like a lot of people like to like viciously rag on Star Rail for power creep, even though Star Rail has a much harder power creep challenge to overcome, being a turn-based game, than Genshin does. But realistically, leaving aside standard characters, pretty much everybody is still usable apart from Seele.
The you're gonna use that Yang Qing to beat that Hule?
He's a standard character. I
Oh,
excluded standard characters already.
oh, Seele is a standard character now, so
No, she's not.
I got her from the standard banner.
She's no, you didn't get her from the standard banner. You
Oh
can't
no!
get
Wait,
her
wait,
on
wait, wait,
banner.
wait! That was the Lost 50/50 banner. I forget. These two things run together in my head as one thing.
Being a standard character is very different to being a 50/50 lost character, because you never want to see a 50/50 lost character. But standard characters, you actually want to see them come out of the standard banner because they're the closest thing to valuable that you can get. But although honestly, I'd probably just be happy with more Bronya light cones. Just an infinite supply of Bronya light cones would be just fine, since they work on every harmony.
Yeah, I've got two of
But
them.
I've got 3 or 4 now, I think. I've built 2 of them up. I haven't actually merged the other ones into it because I'm like, do I want a third one? Is there a scenario where I need to field Sparkle and Bronya and Sunday simultaneously? There might be.
I need to murderize mushrooms without using pyro or electro.
Well, use
Gotta
what should
cook
I
them.
call it? If you bring out a Hydro or a Cryo, I can just savage them using Skirk.
I can swap the Nahida for a turkey. Oh, wrong one.
So do you actually need the spores, or do you just want the spores?
I do not think I have enough for I lose skills.
Where have you gone? I can't even see you.
Oh, I'm gliding. Fully. I saw some mushes.
But where was I? Yeah. I feel like the electro damage dealer power creep thing is really kind of on the nose because of the short amount of time that passed. Like it was less than a whole version of the game passed before pretty much every on-field electro character was rendered like flatly inferior by a large margin. I can't go there.
I was trying to go around it, but it's bigger than the blue circle on the map that it starts to.
No, my screen is really upset with me. I can't see anything because it's gone so dark.
Okay, I was just skirting the edge of the blue circle on the map.
Yeah, Paimon does not appreciate your maneuver. Paimon has words to say about it.
I'm sure she does, but I can't hear them because I'm all the way over here.
What is it in there anyway? Is it more R?
Oh yeah, it's a huge subzone that goes down and down and down for the Arnara quest.
Oh, more fungi.
Oh, you found some up there. I will turkey my way up there.
I can't reach it because it's flying. So I have to wait for a Scofier's turret to pew pew them all. There you go.
Yeah, it was like I was saying before the show. Right when New came out, they slammed on that accelerator button and then pulled off a little bit, but slowly over time they just kind of have lowered that foot a little bit more, and then a little bit more back onto that accelerator button in Genshin.
Yeah, it just felt like I think it's nothing against Verisa, but I feel like Verisa's the one that feels most like an unforced error. Like I can come up with sort of like shonky excuses for most of the rest of them. Like the supports are mainly amplifiers; they don't do anything on their own, and Mavweek is an Archon, and people have got a certain expectation of Archons, etc., etc. But Verisa's just like, oh, we're doing an electro character. Let's just make her stronger than all the other ones in the game. What could possibly go wrong?
Like, yeah, and it really is like they just forgot that Eon Sun was coming out in the same patch. Because it really is Eon Sun that makes Varisa so bust. And I did the very risky thing to get my Eon San to C6 of uh, pulling on the Mavwika banner when it was up last.
Was a
Because,
goodie.
yeah, I was like, oh, please don't show up. And I managed to luck out. But because it just is just the real reason she's so busted. Because Barisa can't really do the EM playstyle at all. None of her kit contributes to it in any way. She doesn't have a fast attack speed to keep popping hyper blooms. She doesn't have any kind of EM scaling or anything, so she's locked into the hard, just raw electro damage output, and any reactions are just a bonus. But when you put her with Eon-san, that number is just so fat that she can get away with doing really stupid stuff, and just through raw output. And if you've got a chicken, it continues to the scaling continues, although chicken is significantly less important than Eon-san. And it's kind of mean in a way to get that output, because they everybody who looks at any of the numbers for Genshin at all knows that Barisa has big fat numbers, but to get there you have to get a C6 4-star that's only had a few banners.
Yeah, well, the thing is that by itself that wouldn't be so bad, but the thing is that Varisa has standalone numbers.
Yeah.
Like she's harder to use than a lot of other characters who are just like damage hoses, but ultimately she's still, pretty much self-sufficient, and yet they, gave her the sort of buffs that self-sufficient characters don't really need. So she's just kind of bonkers powerful. So yeah, I'm a bit frustrated by that. We'll see how it shakes out. The only Luna reactions that anybody has done any discussion about have been Luna Bloom and Luna Charged, but it seems a little bit unlikely that it would just stay with those two forever. Like, that leaves out a pretty large library of options, especially when Alice and Nicole are going to be major sellers.
Yeah, I imagine right now we feel very much like in the position we were at when Natlan was first coming out, where Night Soul is a thing, but how is Night Soul really going to work? And what characters are going to have it, and how's it going to play out? And right now, the only points of reference we have that are either released with the vacuum cleaner or about to be released with No Underpants Mommy are Bloom and Electrocharge. But there's nothing saying there can't be, Pyro Luna or whatever, like a overload, lunar overload. You just get somebody's big butt in your face.
But you're still shackled to the fact that nobody's got Chivalrous at C6.
Maybe they
Unless
can.
they've also got Raiden Shogun C6.
Maybe Shivers will be on their banner.
That would be nice of them, and they're generally not nice.
Yeah. I don't actually have a path
yeah.
I'm following. I don't remember where the mushes are. I'm just kind of wandering in a circle.
Yeah, I don't really know Sumeru to begin with, so I'm a little bit confused about where everything is. But yeah, so I'm a bit not really sure what's going to be in store for me in Genshin. I'm sort of like anticipating rough times ahead for my account, since I'm going to be like Luna reactionless for the longest time. I mean, I guess that's not true. They will probably give Ino out for free, the way they did with Kachina.
To make sure
It
that
would be
you've
my
got,
guess anyway.
yeah, make sure you've got a lunar reaction, just so you're not totally locked out of the mechanic.
Well, it's not so you're locked out of the mechanic. That would be a very generous thing to do, but that's not their reasoning. Their reasoning is that to sell you on the idea of premium lunar reaction. But
Yeah.
goodness, I've got no stamina. This is why I hate Sumeru. You never have any stamina in Sumeru. But yeah, I know Hydro Greatsword, of which I believe there aren't any others in the game.
Yeah, yeah. I think she's the
So,
first one. So
so yeah, it may just be a situation where I'm obliged to use hydro because everything is going to be about is going to I won't be obliged to use Ino because everything is going to be about those lunar reactions is what I anticipate, like just in the way everything orbited slavishly around the lunar reaction, the night soul reactions in Netland. The thing that bothers me though is that I think that the artifacts only reference lunar bloom and lunar charge, and what we know from Netland is that you're going to get 4 artifact sets tops,
hmm
and one of them will be very, very late. So yeah, not really sure what this is going to look like. I mean, everything is highly speculative right now. That's just the way of things. I understand that, but yeah, when it comes to having to plan what I do with limited resources, this is sort of one of those tough positions where, well, it's tougher than normal, right? Because you could make an assumption before there's going to be a Archon, and you need the Archon. So everything else should be sculpted around what will permit you to get the Archon and their signature if you're into that. But we can't do that for Nodcry because they decided to divide Snezhnaya into the 2 slices, right? Nodcry, which is sort of like the borderlands, which is sort of dubiously a dubious political relationship with Snezhnaya proper as a nation, but on this Snezhnayan continent, and then they're going to do Snezhnaya itself in a separate vision.
hmm
So that means that there's probably no Archon per se, but there's going to be someone who is the push character. We just don't know who that is. So there's probably going to be an Archon alike.
I am getting 16k freeze reactions with Kokomi's jellyfish.
Does that bother you?
It's a bigger number just than I'm used to seeing. Oh, got blown up.
Why would you do this?
I think we did this in Fern's World, and it took us forever.
Yeah, because we didn't know what we were doing. We weren't really paying any attention.
See one of them. I blew up the inside with a
But,
pufferfish, but do anything.
but yeah, my focus is on the 2 Hex and Zirkel characters, Alice and Nicole. But I don't know what else is going to come down the line. I'll probably avoid the Icky Boys per normal. The vast majority of people if you look at the Hoyo Lab community, the vast majority of people are sneering at the female characters and gushing about the idea of being able to pull for Vaka,
He does.
which he seems to have a lot of people thirsting after him. But in my opinion, his design is just kind of bland.
I mean, he's a bear character. You can sell a simple design like that if their personality is really, really strong, and Varka's is. So they
Yeah,
could.
he seems like a cool guy. Like if I had to pick a character from the cast of Nodcry to go and have a beer with, it would probably be him.
I
I mean,
found
it
how.
seems like a fun time. But yeah, I guess there's nobody coming out. Like I don't really think that there's much percentage of me pulling for Lauma. There would basically be like starting from scratch, trying to build an archetype that I'm not really that sold on, without the novelty of having a Nilou fixation to justify it.
Yeah, the whole reason I'm doing is because this started as a meme. Like the Nilou Bloom team by itself is not super great. It's very silly.
What am I supposed to do?
We got to find another thing like that and go talk to the pedestal down there, and I think play a point. Not stop talking to the journal. I want to loot the random crap over here.
Hate that freaking journal. I've talked to it like 3 or 4 times now.
I find the other one. I think the other one was down. Like I can see it. It's in this room.
Can we get in there? Is that a thing?
Probably in open somewhere. Oh yeah, this works. Well, that kind of worked. stuff taking damage in there. The fish in there? Yes, I can jellyfish through the wall. Now we got a extractor. I think you just gotta stand near it.
Supposed to do? Oh, let's stand here. Please make sure to tag somebody with Mualani, because the more characters in the party that are involved in combat, the more powerful Skirk gets. It's a bit of a weird mechanic, but yeah, part of the way you play Skirk is that everybody in the party has to contribute, otherwise her damage goes down pretty sharply.
Challenge
Hey,
complete.
hey.
Best.
Only a petty chest like that, huh?
I think
Stingy.
Yeah, I think this is actually required for some either like the not quests, world quests is shutting down all of these. I think it's one of those. I don't know. I haven't done it. Whatever it is.
Anyway, yeah. So my Genshin account is sort of a bit lost. Like, I don't know who's next after. Like, I think Alice and Nicole are generally regarded by the leakers as being a little bit far down the line at this point, and most people think that it's going to be Vaka and Nefer or something like that up next. I don't have any idea what Nefer does. Maybe she's a pull. It depends. I probably won't pull any off-field dendros. I just don't really think that I need to, because I don't have an archetype to play into it. But having an on-field dendro could work, or could create other options, because I've got off-fields of other things. So yeah, if Nefer's on-field, then maybe I'll think about it. Maybe.
Yeah.
But my priority is Alice and Nicole, because I just like the Hex and Circle characters generally. No evidence that Barbeloth will be in this one, so yeah, no, she'll get left out. But yeah, so I'm not really doing anything in Genshin except waiting for my my Primogems to tick up and doing the odd whatchamacallit quest here and there. I did the quest in Fontaine on Monday about Arthur going missing. The Steambird of the Steambird fame.
Oh, right. I think I remember this one.
Which, that was an incredibly convoluted and ridiculous quest.
A lot of the Fontaine quests are multiple steps, very long and convoluted, and very silly.
It was extremely silly.
That is kind of their shtick. I don't want to climb up that cliff. I'm going to go around.
I suppose it was kind of interesting because it was sort of, it implied the involvement of Sandrone, who's going to be important in Non-Cry. So it was sort of a fortuitous quest to choose to do at random. But yeah, it was a very silly quest though, and I got lost multiple times trying to figure out what to do. But yeah, it was extremely silly, and it was kind of a bit of a shaggy dog story as well. Like, it didn't really go anywhere in the end. And a robot heroically sacrificed itself, I guess.
Yeah, that happens.
But yeah, so Genshin is pretty quiet at the moment. I did Yellen's quest, which was just a showcase of the Genshin team's superiority with cinematography compared to, in my opinion, both the other teams, but especially the Star Rail team. They took a very limited, very short event and pulled out all the stops basically on it. Like, they used all the tools in their arsenal to just make what was otherwise a very simple event into an actual story of note. Like, they just made it look nice. They could have just used talking heads for everything. They could have just had everybody stand stock still and gesture at each other. But no, They actually used their camera for stuff. They acted like they were proud of the product, which I appreciate. And Yellen's stilettos are something else in this new outfit of hers. They're quite complicated, but there
Get
are
somebody with
a lot
those.
of close-up shots of her feet. So
Yeah. Yeah, Hoyo seems to be on a kick. Get it?
they do like them some feet. Yeah. Anyway, current event is of course another photo taking event, which is what it is. Free premium gems, I guess. It's just as jank as the last time they did it. Yeah. I'll take whatever premium gems you're willing to offer me. I've continually been putting off doing Imaginarium Theatre for this cycle and Spiral Abyss as well. I haven't done the last stage. I don't think that I'm going to be able to because that cactus is a pain in the butt. But I need the premium gems, man. And I can't... saying that I don't want to do Imaginarium Theatre is sort of superfluous because the reality is I can't. I don't have a million characters built up, which is basically what's necessary.
Yeah.
And the rumors from early beta is that they're introducing new stages which need even more characters built than you currently do.
So I mentioned this in our show host board on the Discord. I have taken 3 months to get my Kokomi built, and I've got a picture. Hang on. I was so happy when I finally got her done today that I made one of my wonderfully artistic infographics. If I could figure out where I put it. There it is. And so that's a lot of work. That's 3 months of work. And to get her to a very good state. Here's the thing though. That 3 months is considered by me and the rest of my characters, because my Navia still ain't done. Cannot get us hourglass to save my life. Uh that's above curve. The 34 characters you need, if all of them went as well as Kokomi did for building, would take 8 years. I don't know about you, but I thought Genshin only came out 5 years ago.
Well, you're supposed to refresh heaps using your Primogem.
Obviously. And that Kokomi has a crafted goblet. Because it was the last piece I needed and I wanted to be effing done with this. So I have a fully sanctified goblet that used 4 sanctified elixir. So you can only build somebody that fast once every about 4 months. All the other ones are going to add another month or 2 if you're lucky. So realistically, to fully have 34 fully built functional characters.
I'll post you Inca one because it's tidier.
Yes. But mine has the cute little pictures.
Well, some people like readability. Believe me, that's not there.
Yeah. So, and I have a EM hat I can swap onto. I have the healing one on right now because I'm playing a multiplayer, but when I'm actually using Kokomi for her current purpose, she has an EM hat instead. Although the EM hat rolled really good.
I don't have any characters that I'm terribly satisfied with because there's just basically not enough time to get them to that point. Not if you're going to keep pulling characters, even not whaling the amount of characters that you can pull using the free primos. There is not enough time in the day to get them to a completed, in quotes, state. That's not a thing.
Yeah. So I found some treasure chests with lots of mushrooms around.
I tried to take a shortcut and I ended up on a different floor.
Yeah, we're all the way at the top.
But there's mushrooms around here.
I'm coming down. So yeah, uh, it's just that level of horizontal investment is not just ludicrous; it's literally impossible. Now you can make the argument, oh well, the reaction buffs are there to offset the characters you have that aren't fully built, or the combat difficulty in Imaginary Theory isn't that bad. You can use the lesser built characters on the trash stage. I've heard and read all these before, and I just that does not solve the problem here. The problem is
It
going
might it might be sufficient if that was a planned exercise, but it's not a planned exercise.
Yeah. The simple fact of the matter is when you go into Imaginarium Theater, it's element locked. You have no idea what the elements will be until they announce which one's coming up, and you do not have time to sit there and plan for it. You can't go,
And it can straight up force you to use all your best characters early. You might not have a choice.
yeah. I mean, and
I mean,
you
they're probably taking into account the idea of molding and restarting over and over again until you get it right. But some of us don't have time for that crap.
and even if we did, that's just not fun.
Yeah, it really isn't. And I think that at some point you have to draw the line between molding and fun. Like this point at which the point at which you are going to spend your time restarting over and over should be the point at which you're competing with your friends. It should not be the point at which you're attempting to complete the content at all to any degree.
And more to the point on restarting in general. Restarting only is really something I enjoy doing to mull on when it's an execution shoe that's making me unsure if I can do the content or not. Like, can I do this a little bit better if I play it a little harder? I'm not just sitting there re-rolling, starting a game mode over and over again because it has a chance, a high chance, to just royally screw you early on. Is not what I would call fun.
Yeah, like I as a non-action game person, I have this approach to Deadly Assault, right? So in Deadly Assault, my initial goal is 6 stars, and I will, despite the fact that the rewards per se for getting 9 stars are not awesome by any stretch of the imagination, I will sit there and mold out 9 stars if I feel like it's actually within my capability to do it. If I simply practice a little bit more.
Yeah,
But there are times that I don't because I know the meta has hedged me out. And that's just the reality of gacha. I understand that. But everybody is hedged out of Imaginarium Theatre if they have not developed enough characters. And that number is very steep.
yeah. Like if we go to my character archive, I've invested significantly more horizontally than Vol has in my account. But even then, oh, that's the character archive. I want my character list. Okay, level 90 characters. I have about 20 5 stars. About a little over half of those are have gear that's workable, and maybe a quarter of those are what I would call built sufficiently. So this includes characters that aren't done but are close enough to done that they work. We scroll down and add the 4 stars. We have about 10 of those laying around that are level 90 and workable. That's
I have 12 5 stars at 90, counting Traveller, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 4 stars.
yeah,
So I have 18 characters total at max level, and that's not to comment on their level of build.
yeah. So I have about looks like about 10 more characters than that because of all the 4 stars I got leveled up. But that's just an insane amount, and we have put money into the video game already.
I mean, I put the money in because I love it, not because I want to get, particular power out of it.
No, but
But
I would expect the level that somebody would put money into a video game, they would also be able to participate in the content.
yeah, that would be nice. I'd consider ability to participate to be a plus.
But the ask here is just too insane. Like we have been. I took a 2.5-ish month break from all the Hoyo games while Expedition 33 was out, and there were a few other games I wanted to clean up. But other than that, for the last since whenever Fontaine's like the patch after the last major story patch was out. We've been playing and doing the dailies every day and working on some aspect of our account the whole time. We don't have anywhere near that kind of level of horizontal account progression. I mean, it's so far out in the stratosphere that it would need dedicated horizontal grinding for like 6 more months to start approaching it. And that's just not counting artifacts at all, and just taking maybe primary stats on all the artifacts minus one or two of them per character. Maybe even giving up on set bonuses. Like that's how far off that is.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where what their weighting is on like how they interpret feedback, right? So the people who are going to diligently write feedback are mostly going to be people who care a lot about the game, and a lot of those people are going to be deeply invested. A lot of those people are going to have spent a lot of time and a lot of refreshers on farming gear. They're going to get that distorted perspective that you'll hear if you were to ever dare to complain online about your difficulties with, say, Spiral Abyss or Imaginarium Theatre. You are not going to get help. You are going to get dunked on by people for whom it is just utterly trivial. They feel that it's utterly trivial. The main reason they're unhappy with it is because they feel it's too easy. And that's because they're deeply invested, but those deeply invested people are the ones that do most of the feedback.
And in Genshin,
Conversely, on the other side of the ledger, they do have internal metrics. They can pull mass data from the game, or at least they must be able to. The game is built as a data collection module, so one would expect that they can. So they must know what actual participation rates are like, much better than the player base does. And I'm very curious as to what that data looks like and how much of a weighting they give to that. Are they going to weight the game in favour of their whales who write the feedback about how the game is too easy, or the masses who are the convertibles to whales?
the people that will evangelize to others that potentially fish you up more whales, or do you invest in the whales you already have? Poor Hilichurls didn't deserve that. Why do we do that to them? That was mean.
I don't know. This game is very hell-bent on making you feel guilty when you murder Hilichurls.
I can't switch to Mualani. Oh, I can, but I'll lose all my buffs. There's a quirk with Kokomi because she's still early-ish relative to where we're at now. Where when her ult is active, if you switch off, her ult turns off.
Yeah, same thing applies to Yaya, though. Yaya is a lot more recent.
Yeah. Yeah, is also a 4-star.
But she's Yaya.
Here's Yeah.
She's the Yaya.
Why would you ever switch off of the Hell Beast when it's going and doing its thing?
Do you need my flies that badly?
I am in fly. I'm approaching fly debt. I have like double digits.
you can't be in debt for an item. You can steal my flies if you want. I have 753 in the bank, so
It has become instinctually responsive now that because I'm so low on flies that if I see one, my brain doesn't even think, it just reprioritizes go get the fly. Because I am below 50 crystal cores, and that's only 10 more days of crunch and resin. So sometime very, very soon I'm gonna have to go restock. Sharky? Here you go, Sharky.
meat festival.
At least it's not a meat carnival. But
I don't know. There's a lot of things I like about Genshin, particularly the way they execute storytelling. Although, like, it's sort of like in the case of Star Rail, I like the plot, but the execution is shoddy. In the case of a lot of the recent like core plot lines for Genshin, the execution is immaculate, but the storyline is shoddy.
yeah.
But Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. There are certainly things that I like about this story. Of course, the biggest point of dislike for Genshin story is always the same. It's that half of it's just going to vanish into the ether as soon as 2 weeks are up for whatever stupid reason.
Yeah, they've got to
But
find a way to cram an event
I
archive in here.
I keep seeing like screenshots online of what look like really cool story events that I would love to see. Oh, like all these conversations between Fischl and Mona and stuff, and
Yeah.
it's like I never saw any of that.
And it's even worse now. The crowd that will always say just go watch it on YouTube have clearly not tried to search YouTube lately. You can still find it, but it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. Like finding those old events as they are. Like, let's say I want to find specifically the English voice version of one of the past events from pick a random insignificant patch number that wasn't a major patch release. It's going to take me like 20 minutes of searching.
And then when you finally find it after all that, the player character is going to be named like Booblord 420 or something.
Yeah, and it's going to be an Aether, Booblord 420, Blaze it, and it's going to be it's going to have some guy that's so fat he has to talk completely through his nose as the narrator that you did not want in the first place, but he's here to grace you with his dulcet tones.
My sort of like my mental template for this is the. Have you ever played or watched through a playthrough of? Because I've never played. I've watched through like 2 or 3 playthroughs of it for some reason. That Stickman game.
Oh, the Henry Stickman game. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, my model for the average YouTube video is the gag they have at the end where uh you take the option near the end, you take the option to look up a guide on how to do the task that's in front of you,
Oh.
and it's got this guy, and so the character looks up on YouTube a guide for how to hack the tank or whatever it is that they're trying to do, and it's got this incredibly nasal sounding guy who is given an explanation, but it's like, part 46 of the walkthrough, and the he does all the YouTube things about smashing the like button and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the gag, of course, is that when you get to that point in the game, then the player character picks to look at the YouTube video, and it ends up infinitely recursive. But it's just this incredibly poorly spoken nasal guy, I say, while having completely clogged sinuses because of oncoming sinus trouble that is probably Aristeel's fault.
Oh, mine was throat and fever. So this one may not be entirely my fault. It may have signaled your system that it's time for sick, but you might have caught the particular sick on your own though.
It's been going around a bit lately. It is sort of spring here when most people get sick. Um, but yeah, the finding quality content on YouTube is not easy
It's gotten way
because
harder.
there is no systematic incentive to make quality content. Slop is what is incentivized. Clickbait is what is incentivized. Quality content is not.
Yeah.
So there's not really any need for it. Like even those who think of themselves as quality content creators, like Bellula and that, what they actually do is slop. They
Yes.
don't realize it, but they have. Well, maybe they do realize it and they don't care, or maybe they do realize it and they resent it. It's sort of hard to tell. But mostly, what they do is slop. They do the slop thumbnails. They do the slop content. They do the outrage bait. They do the infinity endorsement of sponsors. All of the usual crap. That's what you're going to get most of the time, and the rest of the time you just get somebody who doesn't know what they're doing but thinks that they're going to be the next big thing.
It used to be you could go on YouTube and even if it wasn't like content that's created, let's just like you're looking up the events for Genshin, you could just type in the words "the movie" after whatever the exact name of what your thing was, and it would pop up so and so patch, story cutscenes, no commentary, uh, Lumine playable character, and if you clicked on their page, they'd have another one for Aether, and they'd have a one in Japanese too, and one in English, and this was just normal.
Well,
You
because built out of the zeal to provide something that they feel is personally of value, rather than to extract value from the community.
But now it's impossible to find that same type of content because number one, it's not incentivized by YouTube at all. It's the antithesis to their algorithm. And number two, their search algorithm has become so just garbage based with its new priorities that it's just hard to find anything that you're actually looking for. Never mind that it's heavily curated now with self-imposed censorship. Like, if you go try and find the Young Turks election meltdown video and search it exactly by name from 2016, good luck. They have done their best to hide that crap.
I don't know if the Young Turks are long for this world.
I thought they
that
already died.
Chink,
Then I remembered that
Chink
Chunky Yogurt was still around.
I think that Chink might be too much of an old school socialist to be accepted in the modern world.
Yeah. And his co-host has started slipping off the train.
So has he. Like, as much as I don't like the way they keep doing this, didn't he appear at CPAC?
Chunky Yogurt? Yeah, but they've appeared there before as hate people that show up.
Yeah, but he got cheered this time.
I don't know. I can't. If Chunky Yogurt showed up anywhere, I don't go out of my way to watch anything about or by him because he's so obnoxious.
No, turn to your left.
Mushies.
I was flying above you and I could see you walking in the wrong direction. But yeah. Anyway, we'll leave Genshin there. Moving on. ZZZ's not doing anything right now. It's one of those non-event events running right now that for some reason they get more credit when they do these than Star Rail does. To be fair, the puzzle is a diversion compared to a Facebook game, but it's still not exactly what I would call content. I don't resent it for that though, because the nature of the content that is what makes up the substance of ZZZ is more replayable fundamentally than a turn-based game, because everything is going to be subtly different. Like, to some limited extent, I even enjoy farming in ZZZ, simply because, like, okay, so it took me 17 seconds this time. Can I do 16 next time? Can I get down to single figures?
Make an action game player you yet. That's how it starts.
I don't think, for most of the relic domains, I don't think I've managed to get below 10 seconds. But maybe one day. Anyway, the bulk of the game for me so far has been to make sure Sweetbarn Temple is okay, and to punch my ticket for a few more chips. Now, ouch. What I'll say about that though is that I am losing the battle against my Orphe savings. Like, they are not accumulating fast enough. I have made recoups. Remember, I hit I think 143 or something like that polychromes.
Yeah, like 1.4, I think it was 1.7 and 2.0 were just absolutely loaded with the amount of polychromes they put out. The other ones have been still higher than the other games, but not to that monstrous level we've seen in those particular patches.
But unfortunately, I got burned to the ground for Alice, and I don't regret it because I really like Alice. Like, I like her animations, I like her playstyle, I like the feel of playing her, I like her aura farming after she uses her superpowered normal. I enjoy playing her. I even like all of the little modifications that you can pick up for her in Simulator Universe. I don't know what it's actually called. Hollow Zero?
Yeah.
I like how those play out. I like how they interact with their kit. I like how that version of her, she can just go into slowdown mode when she feels like it.
Oh, by dashing long enough with one of them? Yeah, I've got that one before. I
Like,
like
I use her a lot of the time in there, so I like a lot of that stuff. Like, I don't regret pulling her. What I do is mourn my polychrome count. I think I managed to drag it up to about 7,000, but that's not going to help. Even when a new version, a new, you know, 2 point, what do we got to, 3? 2.2? 2.2.
yeah, we're going into
Must be
2.2.
2.2.
2.2 is what we're going into.
Fern has bowed out. Apparently a drunk Irishman showed up and ruined everything.
Oh no.
So it's just us. Yeah, so the new version is going to have its own story and events, obviously, so that will give me a bit more resources to play with. But going in half cocked doesn't really appeal to me. I will see the fine grained details of what Orphe does, because I really do need, an on field fire damage dealer. But the question is, how badly do I need an on-field fire damage dealer? Like, I don't have the same degree of difficulties that I do meeting the team requirements that I used to. But all it will take is, fire is the only relevant weakness, and you can't use anomaly for this. And I will suddenly have no options available. And
If
if I'm not pulling on the gacha, then I can't even, like, get a 4-star like Manato and use him instead. That won't be an option either. So yeah, the incentive to pull Orphe is quite high. Now, I'm a kind of lukewarm on Evelyn. Like, I liked her as a character, and I like how she feels to play. But the challenge of learning to play Evelyn properly is a little bit too daunting for my tastes, because she is very difficult to use properly.
you can
You
get
can
to
use her to a sufficient level relatively easily, but I don't like the feeling like I'm being bad all the time when I play.
she's not too bad in terms of timing on her execution. It's more split second decision making that you have to do with Eve than practicing any quick reflexes or properly timing the spacing of your hits. It's all deciding when to dump your meter and how your resources are growing, and how to use that correctly without stuff getting wasted. So
So
it's a
the thing is, like, she meshes very well with a lot of characters that I've currently got, so the incentive to pull her is quite high.
I mean,
I'm just not
you've got her
100%
team
sold on.
aside from her
I'm,
herself.
I'm not 100% sold on like going all in on that. It's a bit not sure.
The biggest thing
Because
against the biggest thing against me recommending you pull Evelyn is that when you take Evelyn wherever you go, you really really need to take Astra with her.
yeah, she's kind of built for that. And there are times where I just want Astra in another team.
But
So
she does make Fufu great again. Well, Fufu didn't
she
need to be
does
great
make Fufu
again.
great again, but Fufu's always great in every context, and I don't even like. I will use Fufu regardless of how appropriate or inappropriate it is to use Fufu. Um, and Fufu has a team to hang out in where she is extremely good already, which is when she's working with Yishin. So there's this is the conundrum they want you to be caught in at the maximum amount of the time, where you have a good argument to pull for a character, but the cost of pulling that character is likely to be measured in dollars rather than in polychrome. Um, so yeah, I haven't decided what I'm going to do with that. I kind of want to know exactly how Orphe works and what her interactions are, because she's not. She doesn't seem like she's clearly a off-field or on-field attacker.
Yeah,
She seems more like she's built for tag teaming.
yeah.
Like, you want to give her like roughly 50% of the field time, and the other 50% is with another attacker.
She honestly, when I was looking at her kit, I would not be surprised if some fire electric double weakness enemies come out and she works. She wants to go play with her with Promax Ambi.
Well, there's also a hanging implication in the air that they're going to buff Promax Anby because they're not happy with where her power landed.
Yeah, if you don't have her mindscapes, she really falls behind.
I mean, I haven't experienced that. She still performs excellently, provided that I'm pairing her with Astra and Trigger.
Yeah,
But
she absolutely needs trigger. I've tried to put her on teams without trigger before. That doesn't work.
I don't think I've even bothered. Like in my mind, they're joined at the hip. They're just sort of made for each other. But yeah, I may just sort of, I may just kind of flag it. And the main reason for doing that is that I'm kind of interested in pulling Lucia. I don't know how it's going to be pronounced in the English. In the Italian, it would be Lucia, but it's probably Lucia. And the main reason for that is that she's the Yuzuha for Rupture. Supports premium supports in basically every gacha game are a strong bet, like nearly always. Not always, but nearly always. And Lucia's likely to be that. Likely to be the Rupture the Rupture Yuzuha. I also just kind of like her animations. I think that they're cool and they remind me of the Herta in some respects as well. And I'm not sold on her ultimate where she rides around on her imaginary ethereal and beats things up. That's kind of weird, but I mean, for the rest of it, fine. I'm okay with that. But what that would do basically would be to give a dedicated support to the Fufu team, the Fufu Yishin team, I guess. So that would open Astra up, because Astra's still spending quite a bit of time on that team at present. Anytime I don't want to use the panda, and I just don't like using the panda. It feels really weird, and I think probably the thing that bothers me the most is that I always end up just leaving. I just leave his ultimate just sitting there
Oh yeah,
and
because
don't press it
it doesn't really do
because it's
anything.
bad, and I really don't like that. I kind of just like how Yuzuha works with the ones she's supporting. Like you can give her some field time if you want, because you can farm points off of her counter if it happens to be convenient to do so, and it will generally benefit you in the long run if you have a good opportunity to do that, to do a counter and you take advantage of it and you farm an extra point off of it. That's great, fantastic. But you're not obliged to do that. You can just keep her, ticking along in the background with
Pop a flower.
maintenance, and I'm fine with that. And then you can
Flower.
focus on doing the rest. You can focus on doing the rest of the fight. And honestly, it's simply due to the fact that I don't want the mental overload of managing 3 characters, but I just like the 2-character tag team approach which Astra allows, and to some extent you can emulate that with Yuzuha. And if you can do something similar with Lucia, then I'll be perfectly happy with that as well. Although I don't need it so much for Lucia, because you can run Fufu is functionally off field as well, and Yishin is one of the most on field time hungry characters in the game, in my opinion. Like she just wants to be there all the time.
About to make a big boom. Oh, I missed. Oh,
But
go put the jellyfish over there.
yeah, and I just kind of like the Spook Shack characters. Like they don't have a lot of the, like, and I'm talking about in terms of theming and story. They just don't have a lot of the baggage of the other characters. Like they have their own pasts and difficulties and so on and so forth. But generally speaking, they just come at life in a very sincere way.
Yeah, they're
And
just
I
kind
just sort
of
of like them.
they're kind of just like normal dorks. Well, one of them's insanely rich, and one of them has a raccoon friend, and one of them can bring her imaginary friends to life to come play with her.
And one of them has jiggle physics for his package, which unfortunately was a major fixation for a lot of the community.
Imagine it is.
But yeah, so I'm not very decided about what I'm planning to do as far as pulling plans go in ZZZ. It may end up being a case of just flagging the next patch to save, because the alternative, realistically, is doing an RSTL and just deciding, no, I want this character, so I'm going to put money into the system until it spits it out. Not really sure if I want to go down that road. How do you get up there?
I used a bouncy shrimp.
I can't even see. Oh, there it is. It was behind the rock, and it was the same color as the rock. But yeah, so I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with that. We'll see. A lot of it will ultimately be decided based on what the character is like, and Orphe is adorable, so that was why I wanted to pull for her to begin with. But if I can't really support her all that well, then maybe not. But then again, it is likely that she will work extremely well with Trigger and Enby.
Yeah, and you gotta
I will
also
probably still get mileage out of it.
remember, because we're in ZZZ land. Teams only require 3 characters.
I can't even remember what these things do, Aristeal.
You hit them with Dendro. You use like an Ari charge shot or something, or you can go pick up the little thingy, do a charge attack on them, and they will make a puzzle you have to solve by hitting specific ones, or a follow me. Thankfully, it looks like I can do this one. There we go.
I see. I spent very little time in Sumeru. But yeah, so yeah, I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. We'll wait and see. Ultimately, I have bugger all polychrome, so I'm not going to be pulling on anything in the short term. So seed is basically out of the question without spending money. I don't really like Seed's personality all that much. She's a little bit too bratty for my taste. Like Yuzuha does not appear on the bratty diagram compared to Seed, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I haven't been sold on Seed at all. I'm probably gonna at least try to get Orphe. Um, Depending on how adorable I find her animations, when the demo comes out, we may be buying a 4th character.
But I also, to be fair, part of it is that I watched the stream, the preview stream in English, and Seed's voice actress, I can't remember where I know her from, but it just reminds me of a performance that I found really awful. And I didn't think this one was any better. Well, I just don't like it. I never play the game in English, but it kind of was enough to put me off, to be totally honest. But yeah, English voice acting, Hoyo games, I just don't, not even once. Like, I'm interested to see what was so great about Lygas's performance that it managed to get your stamp of approval. But that will have to wait
That's
until
in
they
the
allow that to be rewatched.
and that's holy crap. That is in the game with the worst direction I've seen. He must have looked at the script, looked at the ADR director, and said, "Nah, I got this," and just ate the script. The only thing that explains it.
Doing JoJo poses in the recording booth.
It sounds like he is. Like that, there is no foam left on the walls after he chewed him up in that booth.
But yeah, so ZZZ's in a holding pattern. What's the release date for the next one? It was a wee while yet, like another week or two.
Yeah, it's like 2 weeks. Let me brave. Don't muck up the recording. Banner countdown website, that'll tell me. 10 days and 23 hours. So right at 11 days.
A while yet.
Because they got delayed by a week.
How does that fall relative to the other ones? It's not going to overlap with Genshin, is it?
Gonna overlap with something, I'm pretty sure. It might be the Star Rail banner switch. Yeah, it's gonna be 1 day apart from the Star Rail banner switch.
Yee. Oh well, it's only a small event. Oh, there's an arrow. No.
Find him on your map. I don't even know where we are.
I need to dendro him somehow. Is there a dendro thing floating around?
Yeah. I don't know if I can Nahida him. Where is he? I can't see them actually, so I can't.
Oh, you can't see him. Okay.
I can't Nahida him.
Right. Let's see. Nahida. Ugh. It woke up and said, "Whoa!" Like, I must go. Friends are waiting in Vanarana. Oh, that was all I had to do? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I can live with that. But I need to tick this one off on the interactive map. There's no way I'm going to not tick these ones off on the interactive map. It's too risky.
I did that and still managed to miss one.
Oh, I'm sure that will happen. Maybe they'll insert a tracker at some point in the future. One can hope.
Yeah, there's like 63 of those things.
Uh,
In fact, there might be more. Now, they aren't required to complete the quest line, however, they are required to complete the notebook.
anyway, that one's that one. Moving on, Star Rail also doing nothing. Facebook game event. Like that, they really need to understand this concept that an event in Star Rail does not go as far as an event in a game where you've got other things to do as the default mode of play, and therefore you can't actually have less events. Come on. So the next event that's coming up that will accompany the change in banner will be the redo of the barkeeping event, the mixology event. So I mean, there's going to be probably maybe an hour's worth of content there, and then we'll be back to a holding pattern again. I don't know what exactly is going on in that office. It's because it seems like a whole lot of nothing at this point.
Yeah, something tells me they one of two scenarios is probably happening. They probably have people pulling in different directions on stuff, or they're genuinely struggling with a bunch of the decisions they've made, and just are getting kind of frozen on how to deal with them and deal with them quickly. Or maybe they saw the ZZ team have somebody die of exhaustion and are like, oh no.
Like, we need to book our annual leave now. But yeah, I don't know I don't really know what's going on there. It's all a bit odd because they seem like they're resting on their laurels. But the thing is that no matter how hard you might decide to go and look for like leaks or whatever, ultimately on the outside you're living like, a couple months behind what's going on the inside. Like you're always seeing a slice of the past. You don't know what's actually going on there presently. So this might all be in the past already, or we might have a long road of no content lying ahead of us for whatever reason. But there must be something there. I know that they've thrown a vast amount of money for no reason at doing an anime project, which nobody asked for.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Not really sure why they thought it was necessary. They do tend to be very powerful marketing tools. However, they can also have the opposite effect if it turns out to be shite. But
Oh,
but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that will go. At present, there's not a lot to do in there. Like I'm just basically farming stuff for Silverwolf, who I probably will have to whale to get because my resources are at an all-time low. Um, Fortunately, I have no interest in getting more than one of her. Like I don't need her eidolons. I don't want her signature light cone. Like a lot of that stuff just doesn't really work in the current environment. I still want her because now that her kit's been redesigned, it's contemporary and it will work for both a team that is built around Acheron and it will work for a team that is built around Emir. So there are two teams for her to occupy, so I can justify her. If I had Cypher, then I wouldn't be able to justify her at all because Cypher works in both of those teams as well. But
I showed you
as
how well my progression on my Star Rail account has been going for Aglaya.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Aglaya really needs to get her up to par, other than perfect relics.
Yeah,
But
it's like they were so scared of that speed scaling they gave her that they made her need all the attack stats on top of it, and then forgot that they weight speed so low that getting a speed piece, let alone a speed piece with good attack stats, is next to impossible.
well, the thing is, it's not unjustified that they be that concerned, because those people that do have Aglaya working are at the top of the tables, even when there's no buffs to benefit her.
Yeah,
Because once she crosses over into Aglaya is now working properly territory, she does all of the damage and nobody else gets a turn.
yeah, it's now Aglaya's turn, and it will still be Aglaya's turn next
Ever.
Tuesday.
Yeah. That's just how it goes. There are combinations that I've seen of like uh Sparkle and Bronya and Emia and that have managed to just take turns forever and completely corrode the speed system of the game, but they are very like niche combinations. But yeah, Aglaya by herself can just murder everybody, provided that you give her the correct team and the correct relics. So
Give her the whoa whoa.
yeah, and the wo. Can't even have too many wo. But yeah, it's I don't know what they will do with her, if they will introduce something to alleviate that. Maybe they will allow Cyrene to be a teammate for her. The earliest builds of Cyrene, they are all early builds right now. Or have her being primarily useful for Castris, but Castris has so many teammates already that it seems to me they could probably afford to dilute her effectiveness for Castris in favor of effectiveness for Aglaya, so that people who don't have a perfect team have another way of getting to a workable team.
Yeah,
Because that's currently the problem with Aglaya, right? Like, nobody's going to pull Aglaya unless they are one Aglaya away from a complete team.
yeah, and on top of that, it's just the 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 range from an online Aglaya to an offline Aglaya has a very hard line that is way the heck up in the air in terms of the gear on everybody for that team, and but especially Aglaya herself. Oops, I needed to go the other
Yeah,
direction. We already been this way, and
they
also,
have abundantly outed themselves on this as well, because like everybody would have had a chance to test Aglaya during the recent events where you had her available to choose,
oh yeah,
and it would have become quite obvious that, oh well, actually this character is cool and all, but I can't use her, so I guess I won't pull for her when she's next up. Like,
yeah,
you don't want a character in that position. That's bad.
yeah. She is untenable as a pull proposition unless you've already got a Wopo ready to go, and she is very, very hard to gear. There is no steady curve on Aglaya. There's either you can turn her on or you can't. If her engine doesn't start, you're stalled out and you're gonna lose whatever you're trying to attempt with her. It's just not gonna work.
Yeah, the second you can't keep all of her stacks up permanently, is she's basically no good as a DPS.
You've got to get her to 6 stacks. You've got to pop her ult, and you've got to keep that ult rolling. And if she does not have enough speed to get infinite turns and generate enough energy, you're cooked. Which also means not only is she necessary, to even approach that level of speed, you need her signature as well.
Yeah, like I don't mind there being niche builds like that in a game like this, in a game like Star Rail. It seems reasonable to have like, oh, there's this really niche build you can do that allows you to have this character who's kind of difficult to use, but when you get her set up just right, she does all of the damage, and it's really satisfying because you can whomp everybody without them getting a turn once you've got it just right. Like, that's fine, but you need to actually have some sort of there needs to be some sort of gravity to get you there. Like, it can't be just like, oh well, this is something for Wales only, nobody else is going to be able to ever see this happen.
Yeah,
It's got to be something that other people can feasibly build towards if they want to take the time to do it, and
yeah,
at present it's just really too hard to get there.
yeah. And realistically, you're going to want to E1 Wowo as well, because you're going to want to be able to go skill point positive when Aglaya has taken her infinite turns for when Sunday eventually gets his turn to make sure he can keep skilling, and that you can keep charging up uh, Mim to get even more turns and keep that true damage buff going.
I mean, realistically, also E1 Aglaya's like Aglaya's first Eidolon is popularly regarded as the most powerful DPS Eidolon in the game.
Yeah, it's strong enough that if I just have nobody on the horizon to pull for, it'd be a strong consideration. Oh, you need to do all of these for the R&R quest here.
Oh my goodness, what am I supposed to do?
Okay, you see all the patches that have grass and all the patches
Yeah,
that don't. And you see the glowy bits.
yeah.
The glowy bits will turn on the blank patches and make them grass patches, but you cannot cross a square you've already stepped on, and you have to touch all the squares. So let's see if it'll let me do it. So like here, if you touch this, these become active. You got to fill these up, and then you would try to come over here, but oops, you made a mistake because now these wouldn't be accessible. So what you would have to do is you'd have to go doop, doop, because these will now be active, and then doop, doop, doop.
So
doop,
it's not
doop.
going to deactivate the grass ones, right?
No, the sparklies don't turn off anything. They only turn on blank patches.
Can you
Just
run off the path, or do you have to stay on the path the whole time?
if you leave the box of the game in any way, it fails. You have to start from the
You know
square.
what? I'm gonna do this later. Is there an R&R living under this?
No, but they give you a special seed that you need for a separate part of the R&R notebook.
Oh my stars! No wonder nobody does this quest. I'm not gonna hang around and do it now. No way. No way, no how.
And there's about 12 of those scattered around Cimaru.
Uh,
Oh, what's going on here? That poor slime got EM'd Kokomidon bad. That poor slime.
he had a bad day.
But yeah.
But yeah, so Star Rail is doing nothing and has no content. I don't know why this is the way things are, but it is the way things are. And I'm hoping that they will do a large scale developer interview thing like they do periodically to explain what the F, because there's basically nobody who hasn't perceived that the game is wilting for some reason. And there doesn't seem to be any explanation for why. It's just kind of happening.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't done anything like what was it? Infinity Nikki, where they basically destroyed their own game overnight for no
No.
reason.
And it isn't as
But
easy
they
as these
also have been.
Yeah. Oh, it isn't as easy as these situation either where there's one major problem they can fix. It's a bunch of
Yeah.
stuff that they need to tamp down and quickly because it's starting to pile up.
Well, I think it's not really that they need to tamp things down. I think it's that they need to face reality, and that the reality is it's a turn-based game, and therefore it needs to be treated as such. You can't rest on your laurels assuming that the things that apply to Genshin and apply to ZZZ are also going to apply to your game, because it doesn't work like that. You're in a totally different genre, and you need to behave as such.
Yeah. And even then, the ZZZ and Genshin events generally have a lot more going on with them, for in terms of novelty at least. And Star Rail seems like the game that could make the most out of novel events.
Well, I mean, the thing is that the events are often novel. Like the racing event is novel, and the restaurant event is novel, and the Chimera event is novel. But number one, they're really really short, and number two, they're really really easy.
Yeah, and
Like
really,
they purposefully go out of their way to lop off anything that might be challenging about them. Now,
mm-hmm.
I can sort of understand from a couple of angles why you would do this. Angle number one, you want everybody to be able to do it, and you don't want anybody to feel like they were cheated out of anything. And number two, a lot of them are simplistic enough that the mechanics, when made complex, when made difficult, would just be frustrating and annoying rather than fun. And they're only fun so long as there's a degree of simplicity there. Like I can sort of see that approach. I can see that point of view. But those are still problems, and they are
Over
still
here,
things
over
to be
here.
contended with. Like it's not.
Jellyfish.
It's I can't gain elevation while gliding, so you have to wait for me to land. But there's still things to be contended with. You can't just shrug your shoulders and say, "Oh well, it is what it is."
Yeah, because it will get out of hand, and less normies playing your game means less and less exposure, which is where you're headed if this keeps up.
Like, currently it's serving as a real cash cow for Hoyo, but they are throwing that money at things that, while good marketing, are not necessarily going to be useful for the game's longevity. Like you can't just expand relentlessly. You've got to preserve what you currently have and give people confidence it's going to keep existing and keep getting better. What they're currently doing is just recklessly expanding and hoping that will by itself be sufficient.
Yeah,
But it won't be. It simply won't be. You can't expand forever. So yeah, I'm kind of frustrated by that. I did the Chimera event and it was fun in concept until they basically sort of take you out of it to some extent. Like you're still going to have to pay a small amount of attention because usually when you get dine and dashes, you're not going to have anybody available to automatically deal with them, so you've got to deal with them yourself. But by and large, they automate it too hard.
oh, the not the Chimera event. You mean
Yeah,
the
the ferry event, the restaurant ferries.
yeah.
Like that if it had been like 1 out of 3 staff members can be automated, I think there would have been a good baseline for automation to be a strong buff to build towards. But being able to automate all 3 cooks and 3 out of 4 servers or whatever it was is too much because it basically means that very few things are going to require any interaction.
The only
Now,
mean
in a whatchamacallit, what's the game? Satisfactory. In a satisfactory kind of way, that's satisfactory. But the game scope is not broad enough for that for it to be able to be carried within that context.
mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was just a poor decision all round. I understand why it was made because it's kind of bullshit when you get caught out by something silly. But if I, with no prior knowledge, can go through that game and do basically a perfect run of everything, I think I missed like one customer and I didn't even see it happening, and it was in like the second stage or something. I don't even know what happened. But like after the very beginning, it's basically impossible to fail because you've got more resources than you have challenges.
Literally,
Um,
the only decision I had to make in that thing that mattered was did I plant the right crap out in the farm?
that is the hardest thing to decide is how to balance your crops. There's nothing else
And even then,
which
the
requires any thought whatsoever.
I didn't mess it up, but if I had, the punishment would have been like 1 day cycle of extra of the automated minigame.
Not quite enough pumpkins today
Yeah, like it's
for one customer.
yeah, it was the punishment if I had failed was not particularly high.
But yeah, it needs like sort of one extra dimension of complexity and about just chop off a whole bunch of the stuff that is designed purely to hedge against anybody getting frustrated. Because if you have a game mechanic that is so unfun that unless you automate it, you can't get away with having it in, just take the mechanic out, like, or revise it completely.
Yeah.
Don't try and just keep going.
Now I prefer action games, so of course I would prefer that event. But of all the recent events they've done, the little rail racer was my favorite one. Little balls with 13
I actually
orphans.
did mold over that long enough to beat Silverwolf's score. That was about all I did.
Yeah, I enjoyed that one, but I get that that's not aimed at the target audience of the turn-based game at all. Like that's all about quick play, and
The thing is that they should not be shackling themselves to that kind of thinking because that kind of thinking kills games. That
yeah,
oh well, it has to be turn based because this is a turn based game. We can't have anything interesting or challenging because it's a turn based game. Like no 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 no. Like Expedition 33 was able to make a headway into a genre because they didn't limit themselves to the thinking that turn-based must mean you can like pay no attention and just select things from a menu.
Yeah.
Like you can't restrict your thinking like that. Not if you want to make a mark, not if you want to have longevity, because as long as people are doing only the action of selecting things from a menu, you've got to engage their brains somewhere else in order to keep them playing. And they need to face reality. I think that's what it comes down to. They need to face reality that it is not enough to do things the way they're currently doing them. Like at present, they're doing the bare minimum. Maybe they've got a plan. If they do, they aren't willing to tell anybody as of yet. But well, I'm afraid that you need to have people who are still here by the time you're ready to reveal, and you might need to throw us some bones in the meantime, because a lot of people are losing faith.
Yeah, I am still playing it only because the dailies are so quick.
And automated. They don't require any input. You go put your pants on.
Yeah, like it is literally the game I play when I need to make sure my pants are fully equipped for work. And by play it, I mean I sit there and watch it play itself, and occasionally walk back over after I get my socks on, and then after I get both pant legs on, and then after I get my shirt and jacket on, and plus redo this node again.
Why are these ones all inactivated? Is it just because it's a withering, or?
Yeah, you gotta use the. Oh, I need stamina. You gotta use.
No, I mean the fungi that we killed, they all dropped inactivated stuff.
Oh yeah, maybe so. Should be able to shut the withering zone off here. Hit targeting Gremlin. There we go. That should do it.
It's gonna let you complete it for me, or do I have to step in?
I don't know if it'll let me do the last one. It won't let me do the last one. You gotta use a charged attack on that when you got the.
Because it will change my world state, so you probably can't. Yeah, there's an interaction at the last step.
Or a rock.
But yeah, I mean, lots of people are losing faith in that, and it doesn't like it might be cope, but I feel like they probably can't be blind at this point. Like they probably know that something is off, and they may in fact have gone into it with a plan. Like we've gotten all of these complaints about these things, and we're going to need to allocate these resources to deal with it. However, it's going to cost us, and we're just going to have to delay until we're ready to spin it, because that's just the way it is. Maybe that's the way. Maybe that's just cope. It's sort of hard to tell. I mean, I can't exactly just rely on like things that the community has said, because the community is full of shit.
The community for all of the Hoyo games is dumb as a bag of rocks, but they seem particularly dumb when it comes to Star Rail, because I think the only thing I've seen from community discussion of that game are the brief time that power creep in happened in the Amphorius era started, or with HP scaling in the in-game modes, and how gay everything is. Literally gay. Like they have decided as a collective that everybody in that universe is gay, and that presumably babies are delivered by storks.
Yeah, like well, I mean, the world setting sort of would allow them to get away with that, at least for one cycle, until the Scepter decided that no, actually, this is bullshit. This experiment is not going to be very successful if you people keep doing this. But the it's all I don't know. It seemed like it would be naive to assume that they weren't leaving that stuff in there because they know those people, their money is worth the same amount as everybody else's. Where is this thing going?
I'm not sure what you're chasing. I can't see it.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll fight them then. right? I don't know what that was all about, but anyway, fungus over there.
Fungus among us.
Garden that totem pole. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're up to. I presume that all of the gayness, like they don't like sort of say, oh no, it's not actually like that, and they leave enough teas in there to keep those people engaged because they know that they're worth money. But the Chinese government has views about this kind of thing because they know that it dooms a country. They're entirely pragmatic. They don't believe in silly things like freedom. So they're not going to let you be free to promote sodomy because it ruins countries. So they're going to leave that stuff in there, but it will always be implicit, and it will never be canon.
Yeah. Well, don't try and tell the community in air quotes that, or they'll hang you up by your toenails.
I mean, they're going to go as close to it as possible. Like they do that with Bronya and Sele. They historically have across all of the Hoyo properties. Bronya and Sele has always been a thing in all of them, right back to the very beginning. But it's always like very, 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 very strongly implied, and not any more than that. And that honestly, it's at that level of implication that actually it's probably not the best explanation, all things considered equally. But the debate is really over whether or not they would be free to be any more explicit than that. But yeah, it's one of the diseases of the quote fandom unquote is that they're obsessed with this, and this is definitely a reflection of their own personal obsessions and not a reflection of the actual content. That's what they're hell bent on doing, and they're never going to change. I don't know why. I really don't, and I really don't want to think too hard about it. I don't understand what is sort of like the driving motivation of that type of behavior, because it's really weird, it's really bizarre. But yeah, I think that the less that Hoyo attends to that, the better, because those people are going to make up whatever they want in their heads anyway. They don't need to be pandered to because they'll just invent whatever they need.
Yeah, but that's
just ignore them. They're non-contributors in that sense because they will make up whatever the deficit.
Yeah, that is literally all I've seen for discourse about Star Rail that's broken through from people, because I don't follow any of the content creators. Like
I don't follow the content creators either. I just sort of I get the vibe based on the heaving mass of humanity.
Yeah, so it has to break through to me without being on Twitter, and that's pretty hard because I don't use any of the social medias. So it has to pop up as a recommended like YouTube video or something. Like the only piece of Star Rail content creator content that I've watched or community content was Braxophone's Hyacine guide, and he seemed like a slot merchant from what I heard, but his Hyacine guide was actually funny.
I mean, he is a slot merchant, but that's not like he's just sort of enmeshed in like there's sort of like a content creator class of people, I guess, a Hoyo content creator class of people, and there are certain like tentpole ones in it, of which he is one, and others like Guoba and that are also. By that I mean the content creator, whatever he goes by, that has Guoba in the name.
Oh, does he actually look like Woba?
But it's basically he uses sort of like a pixelated Guoba sprite for his videos and so on. You mean you will have seen them. He does heaps of guides that are officially endorsed by Hoyo. So there's those people, but there are also sort of other orbiting ones that are like the major Hoyo streamers and that, and it's just a constant drama fest. It's everybody is, going on about, who has said what about who has like like freaking rappers dissing each other, right? Basically. It's a hot mess and nobody wants to be a part of it, but there are certain, well, that's not true. Most people don't want to be a part of it. They want content, but there is a certain demographic of people that relish internet blood sports. So yeah. But yeah, I want Hoyo to make a decent freaking game. That's all I'm interested in. And I want them to overcome their challenges so that the the story that I like about, say, Star Rail is not hampered by the other elements of the game from, being everything that it can be. Like they've definitely got issues with, say, delivery of story, the storytelling aspect of story. Like there's no question that there's an issue there. However, there's no question that by now they must understand that. There's no way they could have missed it by now. And everybody knows that everybody is citing Genshin as an example of most improved. I fell into a tree trunk and now I can't see anything because the camera is bouncing off the inside. Oh, and I come out and there's an Aeon Blight Drake. What is happening? And I got killed because I was freaking stuck in the air at the time. Please help me deal with this.
I'm fighting the other robots that are creating death zones.
They do no damage compared to this thing.
Well,
This thing was able to two-shot skirt. Oh yeah, yeah.
Sharky.
I have no damage yet, and I must scream.
I got Sharky on cooldown. So, that means
Now it's not an Aeon Blight Drake anymore. I can revive Skirk.
oh, I need to touch the thing. I've almost maxed my corruption.
But yeah, they have reduced the amount of content. They've reduced the level of imagination of content. Like nobody's doing stuff like the Pokemon game anymore. Like that's not there anymore. They haven't done anything that elaborate in forever. They've just, the gimmick stages. I think the gimmick stages are fine. The problem with the gimmick stages is not their essence. The problem is that they are not doing with them what they could. That is to say, they are making them trivial as opposed to making them interesting.
Yeah.
They could be interesting, but they are too afraid of making something difficult. So the assumption, the uncharitable assumption that seems to be being made is that, oh, people who play turn-based games are bad at games, therefore you have to make the game like trivially easy for them. And they did the same thing with the story content, right? Everybody hit the aventurine wall, and what was their reaction? Make it trivially easy. Didn't need to be that way. Nobody actually asked for that. Well, there probably were people that asked for that, but they're bad. But they're always focused on, pander to the people who want the skip button. Don't pander to the people who want the game to be good. And that's going to kill the game in its time if they follow through on that way of thinking.
Yeah.
Because those people don't want the best for the game. They want their own sort of like impulses sated. They don't care about the game at all. They may be talking about the game, they may be making complaints about the game, etc., but they don't care about the game in and of itself. They just care about what they can get out of it. And so they don't care if it exists tomorrow. They'll just move on to something else.
There.
This Aranara is saying a lot of stuff. Nara Varuna, he is a golden and brave Nara, just like, I don't know what's going on.
Talking to that Aranara, it moved your map icon all the way up to a domain in the north right part of the map. So I teleported up there and you weren't there, and then it moved it back here.
He and Aranara brought back the moon and the sun. The Varuna contraption washed away Vanarana's pain. The black rain was gone, and the smell of iron and salt was no more. Everyone from Vanarana thanked and liked Nara Varuna, who was like the sun, mud, and the dewdrops.
Who thought this was a good idea for quest writing? Flipping woo of
I don't
flashbacks.
know what's going on. Later, the branches and leaves of the Varuna contraption grew weak. The Varunastra was like a scared finch and flapped its wings wildly. It then rained a lot. Very strange.
Oh,
Now,
this is
running mushrooms have settled and I'm dead.
the blooms Kokomi was making from the thing kill you. That's funny.
Yes, you killed me. And now I have to go through the whole conversation again.
I was just
Hey
making
there,
blooms to kill time.
Paimon, and... Shit. Arapandu has a very important task to do for Festival Utsava for Apam Woods and for Nara Varuna. Now I get to hear about the Golden and Brave Aranara all over again. Oh my goodness.
You enjoying your Nara spectacle?
I didn't enjoy it the first time. I'm not enjoying it the second time either.
There has never been a quest in a gacha game that is so much work and not fun as the Aranara quests. Might even be worse than Arpeggio Fault.
Now it wants me to go somewhere. Is this like a formal quest, or am I going to lose this if I leave the area?
I think it's the formal quest to learn how to change the weather here with the ocarina or whatever you got, the lyre.
Okay, I can leave it then.
You did spawn a
Whenever
bunch
I've
of
scared
mushers
you
though.
again. You deal with it. You killed me already.
I was just sitting there like, oh, you can make blooms with the thing, and I was doing it with the jellyfish, so it's like, oh, it'll just get healed even if the blooms do damage. No, you don't get healed.
You realize there's a reason why they use Kokomi to drive Nilou teams, right? You
Yeah,
know that, right?
yeah,
It's
because
because your health keeps going down all the time.
yeah, but in theory, the jellyfish would help offset it. But the problem is in that cutscene, you can't be interacted by positive player party effects, but you can still be interacted with by these things.
Well, this is the big question about the Lauma Nilou team. Is that, do the blooms do too much damage once they're enhanced by the everything?
We'll
Are
see.
you just going to jib yourself instantaneously in practice?
Well, that's why I got the healing hat as the backup in case. I specifically got an EM Gladiator's helmet and a onset healing bonus hat that rolled fairly high EM that exists just in case those blooms kill me. That's a lot of mushes. Look at all them mushes. Well, I used the Sharky Rocket, and that got him.
Anyway, yeah, Star Rail's definitely on the downswing. Don't know why they are allowing this to persist without giving people. Normally the Hoyo marketing department is all about hype, right? They want all people to always be looking towards the future, but they've failed to do that with Star Rail. They've just got people looking at the present, and the present is an ugly place because they've really slacked off on the amount being delivered. And the sort of the last beat in most people's minds was not the current patch. It was the rather shambolic the rather shambolic collab.
Yeah, and
that's not a good place to leave off.
while I did not
So
do that in English, the fact that it was not voice acted to begin with for most of it in Japanese, even in Japanese, and the fact that Saber and Archer still have no English voice acting.
they're never going to have English voice
Yeah,
acting.
and
Both
and they're
voice
not,
actors have refused to cooperate.
and they are not what you call it. They haven't implemented the feature to allow you to pick a language for a specific character yet. That's where it's really coming to bite them now. Like that's just a huge presentation flop. Never mind the event itself being kind of boring.
Really? Is that next patch that they're implementing that?
Yeah, it's not coming out until next patch to be able to do it. I don't think.
I mean, I don't care, so I didn't even think about whether or not it was possible.
Yeah, it's
But
and that I think really hurt them, and they've been getting hurt more. I think by the voice actor strike, almost as bad as Genshin has. Um, because people that do play in English have been getting sourer and sourer about there being no English voice acting for a while now. And while I may have turned Star Rail's English voice acting off for the stories, for the main story, um, most people apparently can put up with it and think it's fine. We need Pyro for that guy. I'm not gonna bust out the stuff to do that puzzle. And but yeah, in Star Rail, they've got so much more dialogue and so much more reliance on their story, with parts of it being outright muted. Is Has probably hurt them more than anybody else.
yeah, I don't know. They don't. There seems to be a lot of mismanagement going on there. Maybe I don't know what it takes for there to be a shakeup, because I mean it's very obvious that there have been like at least two occasions in Genshin's history where somebody has gone through there with an axe and like really aggressively forced people to change the way they do things. The first one being sort of like the transition to Sumeru from Inazuma, where
Mm-hmm.
everything had basically disintegrated and they needed to, find their mojo. And the other one being the transition from Fontaine to Netland, where all of a sudden they finally started to make QOL improvements where they'd basically been ignoring QOL entirely before,
Yeah.
which was basically off the back of the fact that Star Rail was making QOL improvements in response to feedback, whereas Genshin had been ignoring feedback since day one. Like that, so it's possible, but it seems like MiHoYo teams have a huge amount of inertia, and when they're going in a good direction, their inertia is a good thing because it keeps them going in a good direction. But when that direction has started to decay and become a bad direction, they keep going in that direction anyway because they've just got so much inertia they can't change what they're doing. And the changes seem to come along in like big changes where everything happens all at once.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's more QOL in Genshin's Netland chapter than there is for the entire rest of the game put together.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it seems like they are very the teams there are just very unresponsive until something big happens. And ZZZ is onto a good thing, and they managed to trigger their first big change very early on. But that, for all we know, that's just happenstance, and it might not actually play out like that under normal circumstances. Because there's just a lot that we don't know about what went in there, like when it comes to Bangbu TV and the effect that it had on the game proper. Like, clearly everybody disliked it. Yeah, that's relatively simple to comprehend. Um, but to actually overturn the way things were being done and move them in a totally different direction, like what does it take? Like, how high up the company do you have to go to get approval to do something like that? I can't hit this thing. It's gonna murder me. I don't have a bow.
I'm trying to get to it, but there's mush up here that's in the way. Keeps soaking my charged attacks. Oh, he's still up here. And of course, he's a flying mush, so I can't get him down.
Ugh. Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, and I don't think it's impossible for them because they've managed to accomplish great things before. Genshin has come back from really ugly places in the past. ZZZ hasn't been to an ugly place in the past, but to be totally honest, it's quite likely that one day it will, and they will need somebody to come and give them a bit of a rustle up to get them back on track.
I
Possibly
even though it was only one
because
event,
people replying.
I count Arpeggio Fault as the roughest place of all the Hoyo games ever.
It was quite an elaborate event, and it wasn't like they made it too easy or anything, but it was just senseless. That was the real problem with it. It was completely nonsense. Didn't make any sense. Like, why? What is the motivation to do this? The only motivation is the reward. Like, nobody under normal circumstances would participate in this. Like, the something as simple as doing a puzzle, like a jigsaw puzzle, the way we're currently doing in the current event. Like, this is still something that people would do under practical in the practical sense. Under other circumstances, there are people who like doing jigsaw puzzles. That's still a real thing. The By contrast, walking around repeatedly in circles for hours on end is not something that people normally do unless they're in an insane asylum.
Oh, I think we both deserve to go to an insane asylum after that. That was I'm having flashbacks. We can recover from Arpeggio Fault. I think the team's got the ability to see how bad things can get and where not to go again. And the sheer ridiculousness of the overhaul from in within 4 patches of the game's release. Like it was 1.4 that all the changes started coming to the main play styles and the solidifying of them in two of the new replacement gameplay modes in 2.0. That was the other thing is while they were still figuring out what to replace what they had to cut out with, they still took it out and put something there in its place with the way they were doing the stories in the interim before we got the new
Yeah,
big
that's the
exploratory
big
zone.
difference. That's the really big difference between Star Rail and ZZZ is that when they recognized that it had gotten ugly and needed to be changed, they didn't force people to keep doing the ugly part in the interim. They jammed something in there. They worked overtime. They put something in its place so that people weren't continuing to grow unhappy while they solved the problem.
Yeah, and
That's
they
the big difference.
and the events, even if you're not a particularly keen follower of any leaks or news, they were the most obvious. We're trying to crap out. Let us know what you think. Events of all time, like the one from the back of the van in the HIA building area. Like we're trying to figure shit out. Here's a bunch of stock assets mashed together into a bunch of levels. Let us know how this goes, and we'll see if we can build off this.
Yeah, there's a. I mean, they've clearly hit the end of their rope now, and they're going to go, take a break because if you look at the content that's coming out in the next patch, it's very obvious that they're taking a break. It's a beat patch without being a beat patch. It supplies the full story experience that everybody is accustomed to, but pretty much all of the events are just completely recycled content,
Yeah,
stuff we've done before.
I imagine.
And I don't mind that. It's got to be done sometimes. Not everything has to be novelty every time. And I think that that's another thing that is actually holding Star Rail back in some ways is that they keep insisting on trotting out ginormous like novelties like the restaurant, like the Chimera game in that, and like Seal Slammers, like the match 3 game in that. Like these are huge chunks of additional programming that have nothing to do with the running of the extra game, the rest of the game, and can't be integrated in any way constructively. But
Yeah,
they've been done anyway at huge resource cost with mixed results
yeah,
because they always end up hamstringing themselves somehow. Whereas, sometimes you need to come up with a really good thing that works well and then just recycle it occasionally. The only thing they keep recycling in Star Rail is the freaking Facebook game. But you could make a cogent argument that the most of the content, the combat content, is also recycled. They seem to only vary it very slightly most of the time, which is just another problem. But there are many other problems. The problem is that they have to face them, because I think that most of these, with a certain amount of creativity and work, can be overcome. The problem is you've got to recognize that it needs to be done, and that you can't just cruise forever and hope it'll just be okay if you wait long enough.
Yeah, the cynical part of my brain looks at the money that Finon made.
Yeah, ain't no getting around that.
All right, it should
People
be.
simped hard.
Oh no, yeah, no, it should be good after we kill it.
The simping was very real.
But, but why would you want something with a penis?
Well, there are people that way inclined. Ugh.
Sumeru is getting a lot cleaner.
Yeah, to do be that way. I haven't done the mopping recently. But yeah. Anyway, moving onward. Because Starro hasn't actually done anything, no matter how much we might have rabbited on about it. It's still sitting there, cooling its heels. Wuthering Waves. I don't really have much I want to say about this because I haven't really spent much time on it, no matter what my time played might say. It's the nothing that I said when I first tried it out has changed. That's only true for my context specifically because, in fact, a lot of things have apparently changed. It's quite popularly believed and regularly stated that, like with very many gachas, it really hit its stride in 2.0 when they
Mm-hmm.
had their first big revamp of the way a lot of things were done, because everything up to that point is basically feedback metrics. That's apparently the case with Wuthering Waves as well, and I'm nowhere near that. Basically, I haven't done much new compared to what I had done before because just been sort of wandering around, and it's basically you get the same impression that I got from it previously was that it's just a more melancholy version of Genshin.
Uh,
If you're into the sort of like the more dour and darker sort of mood, then it's going to be better for you than Genshin because Genshin is very bright and sparky most of the time, except during that one patch in Natlan where things got real.
so I played Wuthering Waves for the first time this week, and I'll interject this a bit here and give you my impressions of the game while I was drugged out of my mind. Uh, I remember thinking, "That's a funny."
Zebra.
There was a dragon, and I got the impression it had a big schlong because it was a hung long. And I
So the
remember,
game is very Chinese, and it's not going to stop being very Chinese.
I remember trying to get a jiggy by going to the city of the Jinjos, and I remember a turtle, and it was a very happy turtle that raved like nobody's business. Like Mitch McConnell wishes he could dance that good, and he danced a lot, and there was a whole lot of terminology dumped on me, and the magistrate gave me a candy, and I took it to the lab. That's it. That's as far as we got.
Yeah, so it does sound like a fever dream. Most of that stuff happened. There was probably framing context. Uh, I don't know how valid the framing context is, but
You were present for the entire thing, my entire experience.
the tortoise did in fact get down.
A lot.
But yeah, it is what it is. I can't really give a more depth impression of it without spending a lot of time with it, which is not something I'm necessarily prepared to do. Yeah, maybe if I have a good time on the gacha, maybe. I got both Verena and Encore from the starting gacha now, so that puts me in regular gacha territory. So Verena and Encore are both good pulls for starting gacha. Verena being one of the better early game supports, and Encore being one of the better early game DPS. So
He has very angry sheep.
she does. She has very angry sheep, which are basically just called white sheep and black sheep in the Japanese, but they've got like way more Baroque names in the English adaptation. The English adaptation being like most English adaptations, which seem to just be taking everything a little bit too far. But yeah. Anything else really to say about that? Combat wise, I'm still having trouble sort of getting the hang of it in a lot of ways. Particularly the counter mechanic just seems a little bit counterintuitive. Like you get a warning spark, but the warning spark in say ZZZ is usually a signal to act in some way. The warning spark in Wuthering Waves is more like stop acting right now, because if you're acting now, you're at the time that is relevant for you to counterattack, you're going to be animation locked, and that will be bad. This wants a. I don't understand what this Nara wants.
I can't see him, so maybe he
Oh,
wants
he wants a scorched stash room.
gotta go underground and light one on fire.
I think I might have one. Come on, come on. Yeah, here we go. It's a food. Right. Yes, yes. Are you gonna go away now? Okay, this map. It's Nara on the map. If I can figure out which one it is. Here we go. But yeah, I fought what is basically Hellbiker from Shin Megami Tensei yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
On a whim, after getting lost repeatedly and ending up in a boss arena, so I just decided to fight it. I got very the closest thing that I can liken it to is I felt like I was fighting Margit again, because everything that he does has like a heartbeat longer wind up time than it feels like it should, and so I keep dodging too early over and over again. I got very frustrated. But he doesn't hit so hard that he's going to, completely womp you or anything. He could kill you if he really wanted to. But I did find him quite difficult to dodge because his abilities just read as going to be a little bit faster than they actually are. They're quite slow. But the slowness, rather than giving you time to dodge, gives you more time to dodge early and then get hit.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit frustrating, but it was a more engaging combat dance than your typical Genshin equivalent, which Genshin sort of mainly has the sort of the mechanical type boss where it's got these functionalities that you need to engage with. Whereas this thing is just like, he's got a big stick and he's going to try and swat you with it. And you don't want to get swatted. So don't get swatted. And then you just fight him.
Oh,
He doesn't have mechanics per se, he just has a desire to hit you on the head.
yeah.
So yeah.
Genshin's bosses have a shoe in general with their design, and that they all, especially recently, have followed a pattern where if you don't have a character that can just delete it, it is just bring the thing that does an elemental reaction that the boss doesn't like at a specific time, and after you've done that, then swat it. So anything is a step up from that in terms of our bosses we have just floating out in the world. I presume
So,
he's the equivalent of like the electrohypostasis or something.
yeah, he's like that. He's like he's the pyro equivalent to that.
Oh,
He's
he's Pyro
just
Fine.
Hellbiker. Yeah, no, he's yeah, I guess you could say so. He seems like he's the more of the generic element one than the Regisvine one. He's more like a pyrohypostasis because he seems to just represent the element in some ways. Why is somebody talking to me? Who is this guy?
How'd you get kidnapped?
Apparently, by some trader who got attacked by hilichurls.
I didn't even
Yes,
see
yes,
a
yes.
trader.
He's got a lot to say. He's got a lot to say. A lot to say.
That should be a chunk of fungus. We can probably abandon the fungus hunt. Got a chunk of them.
This guy's still talking. He wants me to feed his sumpter beasts. Or something.
I think I remember that quest. You have to escort the sumpter beast eventually in that quest chain.
Oh, good grief. Is this one going to stay in my quest log?
I have no idea.
Right, well, not hell bent on doing it right now anyway. My quest log is so bloated as it is. Like, the number one reason for me to clean out my quest log is it takes too long to go through now. Because it is really, really full. Like, dozens of quests.
I don't have any.
It would take me hours. It would take me probably days to clear out my quest log. There's just so many things in there.
Yeah, and one of those is several R&R chains, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's the Aranaras, there's the, Fukushima.
That will literally take weeks.
I don't even know if I finished the Foggy Island. Probably not.
Probably not. That one goes on for a while and is also time gated. I don't know what we need to fight in this domain, but I need to bop it. You don't have anything in particular you want to farm?
I don't have. Not that I want to farm urgently, since my next big build is probably going to be Alice. I don't know. Maybe Colin Bean will come out before Alice. Who even knows? But yeah. So Wuthering Waves is fun enough. It's more engaging from a combat perspective than Genshin is. Maybe a little bit less accessible than ZZZ is. Team building logic is a little bit more opaque. But it's still, it's not impossible to understand or anything. It's just a little bit less obvious. It's not signposted quite so well. From what I can tell by observing the way the tier lists are structured using something like Pridwin, their power creep has basically been negligible so far.
Yeah.
Like, Sunwire is still top tier, for instance. A free 4-star that you get at the start of the game after you've logged in 5 times. But yeah, by and large, it seems like a reasonably stable game. But all of the good story apparently happens in Chapter 2, and I'm currently languishing in Chapter 1. So we'll see how patient I am with it when it's not my priority.
Yeah, that's a lot of terminology and a whole lot of Chinese words.
There is a lot of freaking terminology.
Like, I was sitting there talking to me about the dragon Schlong and how important he is, and the magistrate and the Jinjos and all the just purplest prose of Chinese influence coming from the about the candies and the sundials and all right. What are you? I almost did it. Talking about. I have trouble remembering English names. I can sometimes remember Japanese names. If they aren't those two languages, and even if they are most of the time, I still give things nicknames for a reason. And everything in that game has a Chinese name, and it's not just Chinese, it's super effing Chinese.
Super Chinese.
And there is no way in heck. I still call Zhongli Big John because it's easier for me to remember. This is the one I need.
Alright. That's what you want to do.
Just to have.
What is it? What is this actually in here?
I've never been in here before.
Dendro.
Yeah, I've never been in here before.
Dendro.
We'll be fine.
Dendro.
We'll be fine. We'll do it with the Skirk team. It'll be funny. Unless everything in here's Hydra, then we're in trouble.
I don't know what it is. Probably Eremites. Everything is Eremites, right?
Probably.
Or constructs.
About to find out. Or Hilichurls.
Hilichurls? What is this, Mondstadt?
Yeah, that works.
No, I don't want to claim rewards. How do I close this? I need to check carefully. Circle. Okay.
Oh, I left the domain by accident. Whoops. Didn't want.
I don't know how to restart anyway.
We can just shift my world and do it there, so I can drive while you talk about Woowa. I'll do
I
that.
don't really have much else to say about Woowa, to be totally honest. We can go to your world though, because you can probably restart domains that you'd claim from. I can't restart them if I don't claim for them. How does this work?
I have to leave your game, load my world. Loading. Loaded. Now you can join my world. And then I'll teleport.
But yeah, the main things that are notable about Wuwa is the mood of the whole thing is way more melancholic because it's sort of like a post-apocalyptic style of thing. The combat is more engaging generally. It's still fairly loosey-goosey, but it's more engaging than Genshin's, where you're basically either killing it or getting killed by it. The free running is much more powerful. Your stamina bar is longer. You can run up things faster. You don't constantly die from trying to climb something that will cost you more stamina than you've got because your stamina bar just goes further, basically. But yeah, it's quite a playable game for sure. But it's not as
It needs committed
not as
brain
cute
work
as
to get things going, I think,
it,
is this big thing. Oops, I got started.
it's just not as cute as Genshin. Like it is and it wants to be heavier, generally speaking. It leans into more sort of drama than sort of anime hijinks, generally speaking. That's just what it's after. So that's not necessarily a bad thing or anything. It's just a different mood. It's a different mood to what Hoyo typically are selling. But yeah, don't have much more else to say about that. So it's your week.
All right, my week. So my week was experimenting with what you call it?
With leaving the opossum to run the place on his own.
Yeah, so I was very sick earlier in the week. Did not feel good at all, and basically got nothing done. Had 3 whole days where I didn't even log on and do Hoyo dailies. It was bad, and this was the time I, of course, decided, hey, it'd be a great idea to go try Woowa. I wasn't kidding about the stuff that I remember. That is the limit to what I can recall about my experience there.
Well, technically speaking, that stuff all did happen.
Yeah, and trying to bust into that game, I expected, there's going to be quite a bit of terminology here that I just don't know, or stuff of that nature. I'm going to have to. Oh, dang it!
How could you do this to me?
Yeah, I want to swap Farina for Kalani anyway. Wrong one. That one. So, so yeah, I did not process hardly anything that was going on in that video game, and it just, oh boy, I don't know if I'm gonna break into it anytime soon. That's a lot of brain work to get started.
To be fair, you didn't have a brain to do any work.
That's true, but yeah,
Like that's your impression of it, but that may or may not be valid.
yeah. I mean, watching Mitch McConnell boogie down was an experience.
But most people don't sit and watch that for that long. I think that your brain was cooked.
Yeah, but yeah. So I don't know. I've
You were
already.
just staring into the tortoise for several minutes.
Yeah, yeah. It was like that. So So yeah, I may poke at it again in the future, but it'll be very slow poking. It'll be probably, if I do ever make any headway into it, it'll be very much a case of, remember how it was with me in Star Rail? I had to start and stop before I finally got off the ground. I imagine it'll be like that. Keep getting the wrong set.
But you need fizz damage, bro.
No, this one's the hydro damage set for the second set. Tenacity of the Millilith domain is the fizz damage set. So yeah, I don't know if we'll get back into that. Um, one thing,
Mainly sort of curious as to how the action combat functions in a context where there's multiplayer.
yeah,
Because there is a certain amount of like dodge slowdown that is traditional, not as much as in a lot of other games, but it's still there. Or at least that's the impression I get. Maybe they're just delivering that via an illusion rather than actually doing it. But yeah, I'm sort of curious as to how that all fits together.
yeah. So eventually, I'll hit the ability to do multiplayer in it, and we can see how that works. Um, but
I
that'll
think I did quite early on. I don't remember exactly how far in it is though. It's just a particular adventure level that it enables, like a lot of its features.
um. So yeah, I'll talk more about that if I ever poke at it more. I don't have a solid plan there for poking at it and making progress on it, but
Well, nor do I. I'm just poking at it because all of the other Ho-Yo games are in sort of a lull right now, and I can only clean up so many quests in Genshin before feeling like a change.
yeah. For Genshin, I am in uh prepare for Nilou Mageddon mode. The I mentioned this earlier, but the big project at the end of this week in particular, but has been ongoing for many months now, has been build Kokomi. Because while you may not normally think that Kokomi would be a priority character to get super geared, she's the driver for that team. And the reason she's the driver is because Nilou tries to kill you while you're playing that team. So you need somebody that has a colossal amount of healing output and can be Hydro and trigger everything. So while you could get away with other Hydro characters in the driver's seat, the simple fact of the matter is that you want one that can keep you alive, and Kokomi is the best at that. That is her thing.
But
So
my eternal idol of Mondstadt.
Barbara is the second best at that, and is no joke, like in the top 2 or 3 for driver for that team. Like I think
1.04 stars, man.
people don't put Barbara in the Power Five or whatever for the Mondstadt ones, but
Why
they're
not? I know that they all secretly used her.
yeah, like until I pulled this Kokomi, Barbara. You saw how much Barbara was on screen. But yeah, she's just. I pulled a better Barbara because of how Barbara was. She carries me in Star Rail right now. Girl will never let you down, even in different games. So yeah, the Kokomi project is now finished. I am now working on the Nilou part of that project, which is mostly finished. It is pre-farmed for talent materials, boss materials, and has half of the or 2 pieces of the set. I need to get 2 pieces from the HP set that drops in here, and I have a bit of wiggle room on which ones they can be. Unfortunately, as you've seen, this domain appears to only have Hydro damage relics in it. Which you may think would be helpful, but it's not. Because Nilou doesn't care about Hydro damage, she cares about HP, and more HP. Literally every other stat aside from energy recharge is useless to her. Doesn't do anything. So we need 2 HP percent 2 pieces, and HP to roll on everything. So it's a very simple build, but a very restricted one. Thankfully, because we're doing 2-piece, we have a bit more wiggle when it comes to putting the build together. So the Nilou portion will be workable here. Nahida could always use better gear. Me and Deepwood Memories have a long and tired history of just constantly being at war with each other. But I figure I'll be back in that domain sooner or later, and it's a mulchable set, so I can just make it a mulch target and hopefully get something, and I'll hit the domain eventually once Nilou's done. And the new girl can't pre-farm really anything. Lauma just doesn't have anything available yet that can be pre-farmed.
Yeah, she's going to be one of the jockeys for the new Nodcry set, which will hopefully work for most Nodcry characters, much like the Netland one did.
Yeah, and I've been planning this team for a long while, mostly as a meme at first, but now it's like the second best thing next to Nuvalet Luna Charged in the beta, apparently. But
Nuvalet.jpg.
But I've been on the ball with making the meme team for a while. But now that our memes have fully upgraded to Beyond Dreams, this is now a serious build project rather than a fun build project, because it will actually be workable as a real team. So I'm putting much more effort into getting all the characters in it put together so that they're functional. The problem is the gearing for this is a nightmare. But the hardest part was Kokomi, and Kokomi is done. So I'm very happy about that. That is an HP percent Sands with energy recharge on it and flat HP on it. Heck yeah. We got a winner already. Let's keep going.
What should roll everything into flat defense?
Flat defense is on there. No, flat attack's on there. It's flat HP, flat attack, and energy recharge.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button.
Kokomi went flying. She caught an axe to the face.
To wait for my cooldown.
Go, Sharky. So yeah, that's all I'm doing in Genshin. Is just continuing to work on that team. This will be the project probably for the next 3 or 4 months. It's just to get this team more and more functional. The Varisa team could use the same kind of love, but and continuing to upgrade their gear. But Varisa at least has a workable set, enough that I can play her solo and get good numbers out of her when we're doing multiplayer, and that's mostly what I pull her out for. Because she's really kind of clunky to pull out and play in your world just for doing content, unless you're in a domain or some kind of curated area. But there's that. Mulani and Chaska, unfortunately, are going to suffer because there's just there's no way I can afford to get either of their weapons. I had hoped the timing would be a bit better.
Well, they're not such old characters that they're never going to have another banner.
Yeah. So yeah, it's they're going to be on hold for a while. Because I can't. I'm going to have to get Nilou's weapon because her kit is so specialized, and that her weapon basically doubles her contribution to the team. And increases everybody else's EM and scales off her already redonkulous HP stat. It's highly recommended. I think the guides say it's the strongest signature weapon to Constellation ratio in the game in favor of it's better than her getting C2 on Nilou is to get her weapon.
In exchange, it works in the most comically narrow slice of gameplay in the game.
Yeah, it works with Nilou, and that's it.
No, not just with Nilou. It works with Nilou, provided that Nilou already has all of her team members all set up and ready to go, because it's the only context in which Nilou's relevant.
Yeah, so in a way, it kind of feels like I'm doing the Iglia team again. With the same scenario in Genshin, and that I'm working towards this team that I only have Nahida for this team when I started the idea of I want to build Nilou Bloom because I like Nilou. And that's HP percent energy recharge crit damage. At least crit damage ain't a wasted stat this time. It's also a goblet though, or also a sands, so it's 2 sands that I can roll on. Uh,
Man, I don't have energy recharge sands.
oh no, it's
I don't
HP
even
percent
know
sans
how
with
to do that.
substat energy recharge.
Because the only thing I've got on the build docket is freaking Bennett.
Yeah. So, but yeah, and when I started the build idea, it was for a meme team, and now uh, the meme is the dream. So I'll be giving status updates as this goes, and uh, once either of the two characters comes out, Nilou will be able to get off the ground immediately, so I can pull Nilou and Kokomi out, and we can try and demonstrate that with two players. All can bring Nahida and anything that's Dendro. Bring Yao Yao.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Can you see the rifts that Skirt creates, or are they only visible to me?
They're invisible to me. I can't see them.
Okay.
That is a crit damage hat.
Crit damage hat.
I could just spin the dang fragile resin to make this go faster for the amount of farming. I kind of want to just cash it into regular resin to have something to do with my hands while we talk. Star Rail, it's farming has been a disaster.
Farming in Star Rail is also always a disaster. I don't even know why. It just seems like it's always a disaster.
Yeah,
Like, my ZZZ characters are so much better than my Star Rail characters in terms of gearing, and I've spent like 1/10 the amount of time on them.
yeah. While they're both 6 slots, the 4 armor slots are locked to being the particular armor set, unless you're doing a two piece, and the ornament set has to be the 2 pieces of that ornament set, and the stats you want are always the ones that are impossible to get as a primary stat. So Star Rail, like I just have pieces of the freaking yellow Memo Sprite set for pages and pages trying to get a Glaya something with speed and attack stats on it, and it's just it doesn't exist.
I've seen Chinese screenshots of a second type of reroll dice in the Star Rail interface. Not actually sure what it is or what it does,
Yeah.
but
Well,
I've seen pictures of it, so maybe it will allow you to weight stats instead.
that would be nice. Unfortunately, they'll probably put it behind the new super in game mode that you need those characters already built for to do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's only if they don't learn any lessons from Genshin, which is stubbornly doing that for reasons that are completely eluding me.
Yeah. So there's
But
that.
seriously, if you can earn those rewards, there is literally no upgrades you can make to your gear.
Like that is just putting gravy on already well cooked mashed potatoes.
Thoroughly engraved.
Like some of us here haven't even got the potatoes mashed yet. We're still firmly in the house, mushing as hard as we can with our little kitchen mallet.
You mash potatoes with a mallet? Don't you
Well,
use a potato masher like a normal person?
yeah, but I couldn't remember what the potato masher was called.
It's called a potato masher.
I mean, potato masher is basically a kitchen mallet.
What? No?
I mean, it's got the little sine wave going on in the middle, but you could hit something with it good enough, it'd probably do the job.
I don't think that that's true.
But yeah, so I don't know what I'm doing in Star Rail. I don't know what I'm building yet. I'm in a very I need to see what the kits for the future characters are coming out with before I can make any pull plans. I don't have any rerun targets. It's a very dire situation for what to do in Star Rail right now. Part of the reason I'm so down on it is I don't have any plans for anything and just waiting to see if something can help the teams I got or start moving me towards a new archetype. Because I was not
Well,
impressed with Hisselin's at all from what I've used ever. Uh, Part of that is my Kafka just doesn't have the gear to make her shine, but it's it's Kafka's working just fine with Cypher in the Acheron team. Managed to do the latest what you call it with her Apocalyptic Shadow with that team.
without using Black Swan and using Hisselins, I got my highest score that I've ever gotten in Apocalyptic Shadow before.
Yeah. Well, this Apocalypse Shadow is
So she does work, provided that you've set her up correctly, and she doesn't use any characters you couldn't get. So
yeah,
she's perfectly usable. But the problem is whether or not her longevity will hold out.
yeah. It would make Dot an archetype. The fact eh, yeah, it could be possible. I'm not really feeling it. Like, unless Dot is super shilled, I don't see how it's going to get a lot of mileage. Like this Apoc Shadow, it's very shilled because his lens is a brand new character.
But that's
But
true for every single
yeah,
character.
but
Like, there's no exceptions to that.
yeah, my point is when Dot isn't in the shill stat, how strong is it going to be? It's very hard to get a read on these things when its archetype has the current banner character. So it's very very hard to judge how good his lens will do until people start using her on in-game modes
Well,
where
using her
she's
on
not up.
Aquila, her clear times were faster than the Herta and almost the same as Casterus.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Sariel. I literally don't know what to do. Um, I have a lot of decisions to make in
Well,
that game.
Everknight's definitely going to be a Casterus team character from everything that's out about it. Like, she's definitely going to be the thing that frees up Trailblazer from that team comp if you're
Yeah,
using Trailblazer there, because like Trailblazer's position in that team comp is similar to Harmony Trailblazer's position in Firefly's team comp. Like, the phenomenon is pretty parallel, and in order to move to 4.x, they're going to need to winkle Trailblazer out of that compulsory position there, and there's no real free alternative or
that's
anything like that.
that's
So there needs to be another premium alternative. So
yeah, and that's I need to get a replacement for that slot anyway because I already have the Aglaia team that really really wants Harm or remember its Trailblazer, and if she
yeah,
can't be in two places at once, she's the last of the two places at once characters that I've got on the roster. So I've probably got to get Evernight March if she's like that. But other than that, and
Hermansatera by contrast seems to, like, every indication from the leakers on the policy level had been that he's going to be the free 5-star. And he seems like he's just sort of a jack of all trades that works with a whole bunch of things. So his entire beta process is basically going to be an exercise in trying to fish out the really, really degenerate combos that he allows.
yeah,
Because it seems like there's a lot of, like, basically he pairs his dragon with another character who then basically is the manipulator of action advance for the dragon by their actions, and it just seems that there's a heap of really really degenerate combos that they need to winkle out which ones are going to break the game before they can release him. But he doesn't seem like he's going to be like deal breaker powerful for anybody except maybe Finon, which is not really relevant to our interests.
because penis.
But ultimately there may be things that come out that he works really well at, because I've seen him discussed as being played in basically every single team conceivable, because the stuff that he does is just kind of generic and fits into a lot of game plans for a lot of things. If you set him up right with the right supports, you can make him a break character, or you can make him um an erudition type sweeper, or you can make him this or that and the other. And since he sits in the preservation slot, provided that the structure of the fight is such that having a shielder is not going to result in you dying for whichever reason. Like, I don't know what the actual pace of his shield application is like, because it's probably not going to be quite as broke as Aventurine if they have any brains. Because realistically, like, if you want to solve the Aventurine problem, the lowest impact method is to power creep him out of relevance, right? Not by making him uh do a worse shield, but by making his other contributions to the battle so small for his slot that you would only bring him if the shield was the only thing that mattered.
Mm-hmm.
That's the lowest impact way to power creep him out of relevance, and he is a problem I think that needs to be solved. Because, well, I mean, you had an experience today fighting Hule in a wig that showed that the ability to heal is still very relevant when you don't have Aventurine on your team.
Oh yeah,
Like, if Sunshine Rainbow Fat Pony hadn't come to your aid just in time, you would have started losing people.
yeah,
So the whole characters can take damage thing can still theoretically work, provided that Aventurine isn't around. So they kind of need to find a way to get back into that world. And to some extent they were already doing that with healing. Like there's no reason to bring Luocha anymore compared to Hyacine and Lingsha if you're running break.
yeah.
Like they're just both better at bringing more to the team in general.
Yeah. Like they have three abundance characters that see use with not counting the 4 stars with Linksha, Wopo, and Fattest Pony. They have one preservation character that sees use, and it's because he makes you functionally immortal, makes the enemy take more crit damage, and has follow up attacks, and automatically applies a shield and is super skill point positive.
I love my Fushuen and I still try and use her whenever I get the chance. She's probably my favorite character of that arc of the story, but
That's
she
an
needs
H.
help. They need to reforge her entire kit to work with the current environment because it currently doesn't. They've made adjustments to max HP a major mechanic, and she ceases to function in that context.
Yeah. So yeah. I really think Star Rail. I just gotta wait and see with it in terms of gameplay. Um, it makes me more anxious because of the stuff I mentioned before, like the slow rotation of in-game modes and just in general the value of units and actual how much you can use them in regular gameplay. Uh, like stuff like that means the in-game modes become monofocused in my pull-in decisions. So I have to think much more mechanically than I would prefer. I can't, start building a team on a whim like I did with the meme team that I'm doing for Genshin that accidentally turned into a real team, and I can't.
Yeah, teams just don't seem to come together as organically. That's just not the way it works. And it's just seems to be one of those things that is an artifact of the genre.
Yeah, and I to a
But like
degree,
I keep saying, I don't think that that's unassailable. I think that they just need to face that reality and take it head on and find a solution. Because for the longevity of the game, you kind of need to.
yeah, but there is no. Oh, Mulan looks cute. I'll pull her and see how it plays. There is no see how it plays. It's gonna be push a button and an animation plays.
No, I pull, I make all my pull decisions like that.
Like and I'm probably not I have to look at if Mulan came out in Star Rail, I have to be like, yeah, but is the Sharky a follow up attack? And does that work with a team that I can put together? Or is this just going to be the cute girl that sits on my roster and doesn't do anything and never gets to get used in gameplay?
I think actually the real culprit of all of this is speed. The fact that the entire game is based around that one stat.
Yeah, you could have a lot of diverse and niche picks that make you break from the cookie cutter teams if there were other like if survivability or just raw output necessary, like stuff of that nature was I don't know how you do it. You have to get more creative than I can come up with on a 5 second memo.
Well, I mean, if you had the solution, you'd probably be a games developer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really do think that speed and the whole game's obsession with it is the core issue. Because ultimately, there is nothing that matters other than min turning in endgame.
Mm-hmm.
And so everything is built with that in mind. And this has basically got a stranglehold on the entire game. Like it's all about speed. The only thing that matters is how many actions can you take. It's why speed tuning and speed breakpoints are all that matters. Those stats don't exist in Genshin and in ZZZ, and all of the problems that HSR has that are unique to HSR stem from that.
Yeah, and just the typical turn-based shoes you've got to work around as a developer, like like just the nature of the game itself. But yeah, it makes I they I don't know what I want from them either. Like I don't want them to neglect the story; it's the selling point of the game. But I do want them to remember it's a video game. I'm
And
playing.
it's not actually a visual novel. Like the fact that people like to sneer at JRPGs as being visual novels is not something you need to take seriously.
Yeah, like if I want to just experience a story, I have a TV or book or any other medium that will allow me to do that to a much more refined form than video game. A good story can significantly help a video game, but if I'm playing a video game, I want there to be a video game there that I like playing. I do it because I like the interactivity video game it provides. I like solving the problems the video game presents. And if you are just showing me a movie every 6 weeks, and with very very little to do other than go to work for uh, 10 minutes while I put my pants on, that's where we got a problem. So yeah, don't know how we're gonna get around that, but hopefully they do
In
something.
some sense, it's not our job to solve. It's our job to just demand that they solve it over and over again.
Yeah, because I legit don't have the answer for you in a turn-based game. I don't know how you make more video game in the video game in a turn-based game that is primarily selling itself on story, but the story never ends. So you have to keep pumping that out and still keep me engaged as a video game. But all I know is something feels really, really wonky and off right now, and as time goes on, I get less and less engaged with the game. I think this will be my like 5 more runs of resin, and then we'll call it good on this one. That'll be all the bonus farming on this domain I do. 4 more after this one. That hat does not have energy recharge, but it's HP percent.
I tend to save my resin for farming things that are guaranteed to drop something that I want. I find it's just more psychologically compatible with me.
I'm mostly just doing this so
So
we got buttons to hit, and I desperately need to get this set off the ground. But
what I'm saying is I actively resist spending my hoarded resin on um artifact farming, and this applies to Star Rail as well, um, and also to ZZZ. I I just like the feeling of actually spending a fuel or a fragile resin or whatever on something and then getting nothing out of it is just too painful for me to tolerate.
oh yeah,
So I always spend it on the things that I know I'm going to get a result, and then just do my incidental daily farming in the domains or whatever, which will drop artifacts or discs or whatever.
ooh, we got a hat, boys.
Somebody kick you in the nuts because that was a really ugly noise.
Well, that's HP percent, energy recharge, EM, and defense percent. But who cares about that hat?
Well, you'll care about it when everything rolls into the defense percent slot.
Oh, you know it. All right, 3 more. So, but yeah, I don't do this unless, like, in this scenario, we got multiplayer going and it's something easy to do with multiplayer. And I'll sometimes get started with it, but I never go full bore into the artifact farming with fragile resin and stuff. Like, I get a set that I can equip, even if it's terrible, and then we'll just improve it over time. The way I've done it for everything. Which brings us to ZZZ. Which is currently a week and some change out from its patch. And it's going to be a patch. Its title is very ominous. I have not watched the live presentation for it. I did use the code for it to get the polygram, though. Yeah, it's I just want ZZZ to keep doing what it's doing. It's got a good thing going. Keep iterating on it. Don't get too stagnant. Don't rest on your laurels too hard. Take that company outing or just let everybody go have a nap to get your gas back and just keep on rocking. I really don't have much to complain about in ZZZ.
Yeah, please install a nap room in your office because your people clearly need it.
Yeah, so if they can just keep on trucking, I'll be happy with them.
I've never from the great distance of being a player of a video game, I've never had such a palpable sense of these people are about to die from exhaustion before.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff they pushed between 1.4 and 2.0. Last one after this one. There we go. Yeah, and I don't feel a need to look forward to anything in ZZZ because I can pull on a whim there, and I'm okay with giving. ZZZ has produced an enjoyable enough experience for me as a video game and as a storytelling method in that video game that I don't mind. Every 3 or so characters I get, I throw them some bucks because of number one how much I play the dang video game, and how much I can continue to play it as much as I want because there's all kinds of stuff I can get use out of those characters for there. I can go do Battle Tower forever and try and get better times and scores, and those characters will be invested money that's useful for my account, and I enjoy the game and everything they've been doing. So I don't mind anything there, and just don't want them to die.
Yeah, I enjoy playing the game very much. I just find the story staggeringly underwhelming. Like basically nothing ever happens. It's been very very bland. Like I kind of liked the arc in the Badlands with the the race and all that. Like I felt that was really really fun and creative, and it drags you into its pace and so on. Are you done? You leave the domain?
Yeah, I'm out of. I'm not going to spend any more resin on
Um,
there.
but the rest of it has been like extremely good and well presented vignettes, but the core story is just so flimsy. Like they haven't given it the type of sort of strong interconnecting thread that I prefer from my stories.
Yeah, I
It's
can.
this is a matter of taste. I'm not saying it's objectively bad. I'm saying that it's just not, to me, it doesn't have one of the things that I really like to see there.
Yeah, I enjoy when there's a good chunk of a well thought out world to really sink your teeth into and all that. Like and just to have a main story arc plodding along that can help elevate a story for me. But the big most important thing for me is the character writing in the story and how fun are these characters to be around and see their stories and how well are they presented. How funny, how tragic, how whatever is a character, what's interesting about them. And ZZZ leans on that really hard. So I always like their stories they
For
put
me,
out.
that stuff comes out. That stuff comes off to me as being totally fake if the world that it's set in doesn't mesh well enough for my taste. That's why I'm always talking in sort of like highfalutin terms about the metaphysic behind any given setting, because I want everything to make sense. And if the character is written really well, but the world in which all of the stuff that was written about takes place just doesn't make any sense, then the character ceases to be written well for me. Even if like the technical skill that went into producing that character is good and the delivery is good, if it is placed in a context where it's just nonsense, then I don't care anymore. And I'm not saying that's the case with ZZZ. I'm just saying that that's the worst case scenario for me for good character writing. Is that for me it can be completely disarmed by a poor setting.
Yeah. So that goblet is awful. We, as usual, have to use the goblet as the offset. So yeah,
I usually end up using the hat as the offset these days. I seem to be having a lot of trouble with hats.
I had
Well,
horrible.
in the case of anybody who likes Energy Region, it's going to be the watch, though.
Yeah, sands and hats of late have been bad, but by far the most common piece I've had to offset across my account as a whole has been the goblet.
Don't worry, in Starro, you can't offset anything.
Yep, part of the
You're just
problem with the variant.
tricked no matter what.
So yeah, that's I'm okay with basically whatever ZZZ decides to keep doing. I hope they don't die, and yeah, I'll continue to support their game and give them whatever they want as long as they keep
As
putting
long
out
as
good
Fufu
stories.
continues to be adorable, I will continue to play the game.
Yeah, and because I don't have to be very mechanical in my choices in ZZZ because of its nature as an action game, if I can do off element Jane with E rank discs from 1.2 character until now, until like last patch, I think we're fine. I don't have to worry about being very mechanical in my pulls. I can just pull who I think looks fun to play, feels fun to play, or is cute or cool or whatever.
The penis have / not have mechanic.
Yes. You'll notice if you ever look at my Star Rail account, there are way too many penises for my liking. But there's unfortunately just nothing that can be done about that.
Yep, I've had to pull a couple as well. I pulled an Axa because the Herta. The Herta is a peerless gem. I'll do whatever it takes to support her.
All right, we got one roll in flat HP and one roll in energy recharge on the Sands. On, don't screw me over too hard. Nope, that's in crit rate. We don't want that. Oh, that's an energy. I'll take that. 2 rolls in energy recharge.
Is tonight farming flex night?
That's for a Genshin. That's tomorrow.
Okay.
So that flowers.
Might be tonight for me.
Oh yeah.
Tomorrow for you, tonight for me.
Yeah, it'll flexible farming starts in 3 and some change hours. So yeah, just wants easy to keep going. One of the more interesting things I did this week, because I was zonked out of my mind, I had to go back to comfort food. I've been slowly going through it before now, but I really went back to it, for make some decisions here. Oh, no, never mind. No decision to be made there. That's terrible. One of the more fun things I did this week was I rebooted, as I often do, Bayonetta 2 as one of my comfort food games. Now, and in case you're wondering why I have Rock and Roll Girl from Leeway up, it's because she is my obligatory hold on to this gear set I'm working on for a future character.
Because there's no way she would possibly ever want to use the gear.
Yeah, no, yeah, she is. She exists just to.
And she's in the last slot always.
Yeah.
Name starts with X. Going to be stuck at the lowest level in the roster.
Yep.
Has no practical use as a character.
Yep. Stays at level 40, which is the minimum level for the characters on my account.
Hangs out next to Toma on my account.
That is 3 rolls into flat defense. Even though if I just kept rolling, it could work. I'm offended. Okay, that one rolled into flat HP. We take that. Okay, this one's much better. This thing can miss every other roll. All right, we take that. Not perfect, but it'll do. All right, we have a set we can just slap on Nilou now. Not a very good set, but we have 5 artifacts we can just throw on her. It could need some serious cleaning up, but we got HP percent on every piece at least. It may not have hit the HP percent on all of them, but we got it. So, okay, that'll do. Nilou is in a good position now. So, yeah, that was not bad at all because HP percent seems to just be weighted higher, so I managed to actually get some pieces out of there. That is the fastest, hey, look, some gear actually dropped run I've ever had. Maybe the trick is to do it one run at a time instead of using condensed resin. Maybe that's what made the drop rate better. Maybe it just knew.
Here we go.
Maybe being in
The
co-op and doing it
popular,
slow doubled it.
the popular one that has been going around at the moment, and there's like literally no evidence for this being the case, but it's very, very popularly circulated because it's just complicated enough that people believe it, is that there's actually a peaks and troughs to your luck in Genshin, and that you will
Oh, you go
slot into high
you
luck or low luck
so
mode.
you go
And so
smack
what you need
enemies
to
until
do,
you get a purple artifact, and then you go
yeah,
do all your
you've got to
rolls.
probe enemies until you've got a purple, and then you do your roll.
Yeah, that's the most she deeps breaths more crap I've ever heard.
Yeah, but because it's sort of like just over that threshold of complex enough that people think it sounds legit. Like this, oh well, this sounds like a systems thing. Therefore, maybe it's real.
Yeah, so no. No, the actual reason that went so fast because HP percent is like the most common stat to roll on anything, and that's what we wanted. Uh, so yeah, uh, yeah, that's Bayonetta 2, right? So I'm gonna highlight something here, and I want to point out how good of a writer Bingo is for character focused, uh, action oriented settings. Bingo, for those that don't know, Bingo Morihashi is the dude that came in and fixed the story for Devil May Cry 3 onwards. 3, 4, and 5, Bingo was the head writer for it. He did supervisory work on Bayonetta 1, and he's not credited as such, but he did, by all accounts, write the entirety of Bayonetta 2. He was booted out so that Kamiya could have his little artiste moment in Bayonetta 3, and oh boy, does it show.
You're
Because
trying to tell me that you don't like Cheshire.
no, I don't like. Cheshire is the least of Bayonetta 3's problems. He is the one of the bigger gameplay problems, but in terms of narrative, Cheshire is at the bottom end of our list. Cheshire's actually quite funny. But it'll be like when you're in the gates of the hell for the first time in Bayonetta 3. Uh, Bayonetta and John are having this very serious conversation with Radon, and Viola's there, so Cheshire just leaves her sword and is summoned and is just walking around the gates of hell and just doing weird crap in the background, and nobody acknowledges it until at the very end of the serious conversation, Rodin just points at him and goes, "Now, are you gonna tell me what the hell his deal is?" And he's sitting there smoking a pipe on a unicycle. So narratively, that all works. His comedy bits are great. But in Bayonetta 2, in Bayonetta 1, for the 20-second recap is Bayonetta wakes up with no memories other than she's an Umbran witch, and is filled in by Roden and Luca and Enzo, and she starts beating up on the angels because that's what Umbran witches do. I don't actually remember if there's a reason for it other than they're becoming slightly more aggressive in the human world because of machinations by Baldur. And she fights the way through the game, meets John, who fights her because she knows Baldur's plan to reunite the eyes of the world, one of which she was born with because she's the daughter of a Lumen Sage and a Umbra Witch. And this will let him resurrect Jubileus, the creator, which will let him do evil villain take over the world shenanigans to the world. Stuff happens. She meets her younger self, who slipped through a time portal that Baldur used to bait her to get her into position to stick her in Jubileus' eyeball. John saves her after Baldur's control over her wanes, and we beat up Jubileus, and we send little Bayonetta back to her time, and now Bayonetta is just doing Bayonetta things, and everybody's happy, and there's a big dance number at the end. Okay. Pretty convoluted, but still parsable at least. Bayonetta 2. For some reason, the demons and angels are acting wacky, especially the angels. They're now assaulting human cities openly and publicly, and we don't know why. Bayonetta goes to stop this nonsense and figures out some of her demons have broken free of her control because they're so agitated by something going on in the background. Well, John accidentally dies when Gamora breaks free from Bayonetta, so Bayonetta, being very upset that John died, that's her bestie, decides to go into Inferno and drag her butt out of hell. She's got a time limit on when she can do this, so she asks Rodin to point her in the right direction, and she bumps into a little kid that can guide her, who has magic powers. And you functionally have to escort him, but it doesn't feel like an escort quest because he's not in the way in combat. And the few times he is around when shit's happening, he can actually fight. And so he's not totally useless. The character's name is Loki, and everything is named after Norse mythology on this mountain. Okay, cool. He takes you through the mountain, and as you're going through, you run into a masked Lumen Sage, who are all supposed to be extinct at this point. And the game spends a lot of time building up the mystique of this Lumen Sage and makes it out like he is the bad guy. And this is only further solidified when the second fight with him, you break his mask, and you see the right eye of the world, which is Baldur had. So Baldur's supposed to have that, and he's dead. So who's this guy? Goes through, you eventually knock his whole mask off in the third fight. He is a younger version of Baldur brought through a time slip, and he's trying to stop Bayonetta from getting to the top of that mountain because it'll resurrect an evil god that has brought him forward in time to try and assist his plans. So instead, he's trying to work against it, not knowing that he's actually helping him by fighting Bayonetta. So this leads to a awesome, because it turns out that Baldur wasn't always an insane psychopath, father-daughter team-up moment at the end where they ride on an airplane together and can both use different attacks to get to the mountain and go stop the big bad at the top of the mountain, who absorbs both of their magical eyeball powers and turns into a full deity. But when Daddy's little girl is here, he can't let himself be shown up, so they have a incredibly superpowered beatdown and summon a thing even bigger than the thing that beat up Jubileus with their mixed powers, and Baldur absorbs the spirit of the big bad and forces himself back in time to his original point, which is how he becomes evil, because he's possessed by this evil spirit when you kill him in the first game. But he gets to have a whole lot of really cool and fun character moments with his daughter, and figuring out who he is really fun, and it's all awesome. And the whole bit saving John and going to Inferno and back shows how much she cares about it, and they both have a whole lot of really good moments together with that. The people that shipped them endlessly especially loved it, but it doesn't come off like that to me at all, especially given some of the lines Bayonetta says. So yeah, it's a good story, well put together, super fun. In Bayonetta 3, they don't have a clue what they're doing because Bingo ain't there anymore. All of a sudden, all this intrigue about the characters' relationships with each other is like, oh, there are parallel worlds now, and all the Bayonettas from the previous two games are actually separate Bayonettas, but their universes are so close to each other in terms of what happened that you can't really tell a difference. And, oh, by the way, the Cereza that you sent back in time in the first game actually split off a different world line that's now a new universe, and that's the Bayonetta you're playing as in this game, and, oh, by the way, we're going to kill John in the last act with a lightsaber in the back, even though she survived stabs in the chest, and you've literally seen Bayonetta rip her heart out multiple times in Bayonetta 3 and survive it. No, this little lightsaber can kill John permanently, and the last time this happened, you went to hell and back to get her back, but nah, you're just K with it this time. And, oh, by the way, at the end, we're going to have Luca get magical powers and become a combatant that turns into a werewolf with the most BS mechanics of all time for trying to pure platinum the mission. And, oh, by the way, we are going to speed run the Luca Bayonetta ship that we spent no time on in Bayonetta 2 because we were doing the father-daughter thing. And have them get together for 30 seconds before we kill both of them and see them both dragged off to hell. And pass the torch on to the dyke-haired looking rainbow hair and call her Bayonetta now. And, oh, by the way, the multiverse thing never is fully resolved and doesn't work at all. And regardless of how much you care about world building, just convolutes everything and is hot garbage. Because it was not thought out enough to make any kind of sense. Like, holy crap, how do you go down that bad? And it just stood out to me in such sharp contrast after going through Bayonetta 2 again. So, this is all to say, even after this many replays and playing this game goodness knows how many times, taking the time to sit down and watch the story of Bayonetta 2 is still a good, fun experience. And totally worth your time. The only problem with that game right now is the resolution it was made for the Wii U. So it's terrible. And it has presentation issues that Star Rail does, which is the other reason I bring this up. It has a lot of the same presentation issues that Star Rail does, but it manages to leverage its characters in a way with Bingo's writing that you just kind of don't care because all the interactions are fun and the bits that are presented well, you just want to see more of. So I'm kind of hoping that they can find a similar ground with their writing in Star Rail to really get off the ground again and get things moving. And while I'm sure their focus is on their world building and stuff and making their cohesive universe, it certainly seems to be. They're not as character focused as ZZ or Genshin. I think they could do a lot from really leaning into the characters they got. In Amphorius, they've run into a problem where there's just too many dang characters. And
Yeah,
introduced
like
two.
they already did the character work. Like you can see it if you read the Exomyth, all that
Yeah.
character work is in there. They just didn't put it on the screen for some reason, and the most obvious reason for that is that they wrote too many characters into the plot.
Yeah, so the ship has sailed on
Because
this patch.
it sounds like they actually did all of the writing, and there's going to be some lore bible in the office where all of the details about all of those characters and the things they went through in their childhood and growing up and the early stages of the Flame Chase journey is all laid out, but we'll never see it.
Yeah. So it's just it made me really think about it because Bayonetta 2 has similar presentation shoes. Their presentation shoes are even more glaring and on in your face. And that when Platinum Games made Bayonetta 2, they were having to be bailed out by Nintendo at the time, so they had no money. And this means that the majority of cutscenes are still images. They are literally a slideshow. Presented in glorious 480p. But you don't care when you're going through it because the character moments make it worth it. And the universe building is still coherent. It's not a total travesty. Even though we're clearly playing character focus with Bingo's writing, it's kind of what he does. He's not as bad as Kodaka, who will literally tell you in character, in universe, that the mechanics of the world don't actually matter. Just look at the characters on screen. But he's still a very character focused writer. And it really helps with poor presentation if you like the characters on screen and get attached to them quickly and deeply. Like when you see Baldur come back as his young self and see the actual Baldur, he's functionally a new character, but they attach him to you very quickly and very deeply because you get to see him have an interaction with somebody that's significant to him.
I think it's far more significant that they've got like half a dozen characters in their entire universe.
Yeah, they're also not working with a giant cast. In Star Rail, we got two problems. We got a cast in Amphorius anyway that's so large that it's hard to attach to any of them for very long because they're just not going to get a proportion of the screen time adequate for them. And keeping track of all their relationships with each other goes from fun to work.
Well, no, the thing is, they think that they could get away with it, and the reason they think is because they did. It worked once before.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the time scale that they're working with is not the same because Xiaoji wrote the original Flame Chasers as well as the new batch of Flame Chasers that are in Star Rail. And he got it to work last time, but he was working with a totally different format. So he basically thought that he could just, oh, well, I'll bottle lightning a second time because that works, right?
Yeah. No. Especially not for those of us that have not played Third Impact and cannot draw additional fun from all the references and callbacks and some knowledge of what that interpretation of these characters was. So yeah, they've I see some kind of hope in a writing adjustment that could help, but it's not going to work for Amphorius. It's just we're already too sailed on the ship of a gazillion characters. But the other takeaway is Bayonetta 2 is still a lot of fun, even in a drug-addled state, and I can still beat that game in like less than 8 hours, and watch the whole story. And is one I don't ever want to skip whenever I go back to it every 2 or 3 years. So it still gets my recommendation, even though the presentation has shoes, a lot of shoes, and the you're playing in 480p.
Oh, you just really want to watch Rodan smoke that cigarette 100 times?
Well, I didn't do the Radon fight again. I'm not going to sit down and learn that mess. I'd have to relearn that from scratch. But yeah, so other than that, I'm stretching for fine stuff in my week. I don't have anything really. I was just sick this week and trying to get as much work as I could do. Like one day I was going at like 20% speed. I was felt so bad, and I had to go home early. And the other days were like I was at 40, and then I finally got back up to about 80, and so it hit hard. But as soon as I got on the mend, I was moving up pretty quick, and by late Thursday, I was pretty well over it. So whatever it was, it hit fast and hard and was done before the week was over. But man, that was not fun.
Well, you don't need to pad any further because we're already 3.5 hours in, and we still have an email to read.
All right, and we got actual news topics. This is why we
Yeah,
need Fern.
although I don't know, it doesn't seem. I don't know. It seems a bit wrong to do them without Fern, the news topics,
Yeah.
because this, like, I just don't have a lot to add about a lot of the stuff that's coming out because I don't care at all.
I think one of them is worth mentioning just because of it'll be conspicuous with its absence. But we can save a lot of the detailed hopes and discussions for when Fern gets here on it. But other than that, we got email. So you go email.
All right, I'll do it. Although I have an ulcer in my mouth again. Right, dear no excuses. So it has come to this. Silksong in 2 weeks. I'm still a lot more interested in just what the flying duck happened during development. Still, I'm gonna buy it because it looked neat, and Hollow Knight is one of the best, if not the best, in the Metroidvania genre. At least of the ones I played, which is not saying much. Also, you mentioned Guild Wars, that made me remember. Not much, actually. I played the game on release, then missed out on like 4 living seasons, so even if I wanted to follow the story, it would be impossible. However, Guild Wars 3 is in development, according to an investor report, and not much else. No, the real reason I'm writing is the Hex and Heretic re release. So now you can play it stream and get frozen by Wendigos. Many of the original gripes with the games have been corrected. Heretic enemies feel less bullet spongy, weapons have been overhauled to be better, and the obtuse progression of Hexen is signposted on the map. So we have that going for us, which is nice. And finally, WoW Midnight. Emphasis on the mid. I'm sure it will be competently made. I'm not. But I'm also very sure that I'd get bored of it after a month. And since buying the base version of the expansion no longer gives you 30 months of game time, it's going to be one of those buy when it's on sale kind of deals. I'm a lot more interested in the Legion Remix event in October. As for Hoyo, saving up for the Moon People in Genshin from the looks of it, nothing that's nothing coming in ZZZ that's got my interest unless we get a new fire, rupture, or attacker, because I'm still coasting by on Soldier 11, and even with her signature and good equipment, barely gets anywhere. And HSR, boy, the last patch was a disappointment. The game has been spinning their wheels in place for several patches. Even Genshin managed to squeeze in a few smaller events. HSR, on the other hand, the restaurant minigame turns into autoplay once you get level 2 staff, and there's nothing else to do. Passing on the Siren because I used up practically everything to get Blondie, Invisible Sword, Grey Jesus, and their signatures. I have Kafka, but no Swan. Maybe I'll get Goth March if she is good, and hopefully Dragon Boy V2 is going to be the free character. Also starting at a new place in the factory in September because apparently electric cars aren't selling like hotcakes. I have been hearing about carbon nanotube and graphene batteries for almost a decade now, but we are still stuck with lithium for the foreseeable future. Seraphis.
Yes, indeed. So we covered most of your comments on the Hoyo stuff earlier in our weeks, but yeah, um, you'll be happy to know that your 4-star dog boy is a fire rupture. He is fire, right?
Yep, he's Fire Rupture. He's clearly designed to work with the new Veil mechanic that's coming out because he's, I think, another pays part of his costs with health type of character
Yeah,
or something like that, or gets different effects based on. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I presume that he will be able to spend his own health because getting domed is kind of contraindicated in an action game.
yeah. So there's that to look forward to. Means you'll have to pick a nice lady's banner to pull on if you want multiple copies of him. But because ZZZ has been nice, and with Panda anyway, it was only one full patch number. So in 2.1, you could start picking him with the pick ticket. The monthly pick ticket, you can spend the currency you get from pulling the gacha on for one A rank. So they added
I
Panda.
never buy those.
I I
I don't
never
have
bought
enough
it.
polychrome for that.
I never bought it, but I was curious as to whether he was added on it. So so I checked, and yeah, they stuck Panda on there. It was one patch later after his release. So if they follow the same pattern, you'll be able to slowly get constellations for him, but you will have to get him in the first place. So pick a girl and throw something on her banner. Orphe is fire attack, but she could be fully off field. She could be hybrid. We don't know. You'll have to see how that works and where that fits. Her kit needs to be finalized, and she needs to actually come out. But yeah, that's an option.
Yeah, they described it in quite great length how she functions in the stream, but they always use such how to say generalized language that you aren't really sure what in particular they're referring to.
Yeah. So you'll have to see. She could lean heavy on field with some off field. She could be half and half. She could be very heavy off field. Be almost entirely off field. It really comes down to what her kid
No,
looks like.
she's definitely not almost entirely off field. I think that there's too much is required of her. I think that in terms of field time, it looks based on the descriptions given and the combat showed by the stream, like that her balance is going to be similar to Seeds.
Yeah. So I'm planning to try and pull for her. I'm probably going to skip seed. She'll be the Yanagi, the the thing that I'll probably regret not pulling later, but there are more important things to pull for. As in, there's a cute girl that gets dragged around by her tail that takes priority.
Basically, whether or not I just go all in and open the wallet for Orphe will depend on how much she wins me over in the story, because I don't have the polychrome kicking about.
Yeah. What is WoW Midnight?
The next expansion in the trilogy that
Ah,
they are releasing, and oh my goodness, it looks like shite. Like, just there's no draw card there. It doesn't. The trailer is quite bad as well. It doesn't even look like World of Warcraft anymore. It's just the whole thing was just a complete failure to draw my interest. Like, I would say Serethus is right in the sense that the most interesting thing is Legion Remix, and that there's basically nothing worth talking about for WoW Midnight. It just looks like more of the same, more of the same, more of the same.
I see.
They can't write worth a damn, and that's what's really weighing everything down. I can understand being interested in Legion Remix, but yeah, the rest of it, the rest of their upcoming stuff just looks bland and pointless.
Yeah.
Like if you're hooked up to the World of Warcraft machine and you're just jonesing for your next fix, well, I mean, it's going to be more of your next fix. But they aren't. I haven't seen them present anything that suggests that they're bringing anything to the table that will win anybody back, win anybody new, or even keep the people that they've got.
Yep. So yeah, that's WoW. I know literally nothing about it. I'm totally unhooked from the WoW machine and its news cycle. Basically, I only know what Ball tells me.
Yeah, so well, Legion Remix is at least an interesting idea. Realistically, I think that they should probably replace WoW with the Remix game. Like, we don't need WoW anymore. It's done. Just get rid of it. Use the Remix instead. The Remix is basically WoW reimagined as an ARPG. Like, you still play it like WoW, but it's restructured the way an action RPG with loot drops and that would be. That's my understanding of it anyway. I haven't played it. So yeah, it's similar in the most superficial respects to World of Warcraft, but fundamentally operates in a different way. And most people seem to feel that it's just got more. It feels more substantive. You feel more like you're a participant than you do in World of Warcraft nowadays, where you follow instructions and then you wait for the girl boss to be praised.
Mm-hmm. I see. I see. So, okay. Hex and Heretic. We're actually looking at that. Sometime this weekend, I'll boot the game and see if we can get it working, and see if the multiplayer works on it. Um, be interesting to see if that works. I actually do have it installed. Since I owned the originals, it was in my library apparently, and I didn't know this. So I feel like Serathis even mentioned it in an email. I just didn't process that I actually owned Hexen and Heretic because I only booted them out of the Steam catalog like once, way back in the day. Guild Wars, yeah, I don't remember anything about that video game. It left a
I don't
profound.
remember much about Guild Wars 2. I remember Guild Wars 1 very fondly, but Guild Wars 2 didn't leave much of a mark, to be totally honest.
Yeah, it was
It
all.
felt like I was constantly waiting for it to get good, and then it didn't. So, like,
Yeah,
I really liked the detail that went into the world, like the city design and that sort of thing. Like all of those were nice places to visit, but the game did not suck me in.
yeah. Uh, the other thing it had going in terms of me keeping any memory of it is came out at a time when we were right around the ballpark where we were trying a bunch of MMOs, like in that WildStar, SWOTOR, you know, all those games were popping up around that time. We were still poking at WoW
Everybody was
occasionally.
trying to be the next WoW killer.
Yeah, like it kind of got lost in that mush. So
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of those games had a lot going for them. Like, I liked WildStar, but it was just a horrifically mismanaged game. They didn't seem to know what they were doing.
yeah,
SWOTOR was similarly. It was mainly mismanagement was the problem.
I bet the feedback on the Holocrons was awful, but that was some of the most dumb fun MMO time. We were both incredibly drunk while we did it. But I remember
Well,
us.
it was very MMO. It was like a classic MMO activity. And you basically had to pervert the game in some way in order to get some of them. Like, a lot of them were in like weird glitchy places that you wouldn't normally go.
Waiting for 20
It,
minutes on the Tatooine blimp for a one shot at a jump. The one that was off the effing map with some things that looked like scenery objects down below, where you had to drop like a gorillion feet and land on one, and the run back if you missed was a zillion years long. That may sound horrible, but when you're doing it with friends and not just doing it solo, it was a good time, just because of how stupid it was.
yeah, but all of those things, like, that, I don't think that they understood why that was valuable. Um, and it was valuable because it gave you an excuse to do that. It gave you an excuse to just do something retarded with your friends.
Yeah, and MMOs, the type of content that a multiplayer game in that fills the MMO slot doesn't really matter that much. I mean, it does as far as you have to have something interesting to keep your people engaged, but engagement is not and interesting are lower bars than you would think, especially if you give them just a box with rules, and then turn people loose in it. We monkeys will find ways to make fun even in the sandbox you give us, even if it's a very curated, highly rules based experience. And the dumb fun moments will come out naturally as long as you just provide a good framework. The second you get bogged down in everything that does not make the framework of what we're presenting fun, you're in trouble.
I wonder if Blizzard has ever bothered to do the math on like how much time people spend engaged with the final mythic boss and how much time people spend engaged in riding laps around Dalaran.
Yeah, like bouncing around on a
And
pill.
which one of these is really what an MMO is about?
Yeah, like doing dumb crap in the world, running around the city, looking at people, seeing who's there, just finding places to just play the game or do dumb crap in the game or just explore. That's all very key and fundamental to the MMO experience. The curated dungeon finder get slowly progress your gear system that MMOs seem to devolve into these days.
Get abused by everybody for not pulling fast enough.
Yeah, this hyper efficient culture that this incentivizes, that's not the heart and soul of the old MMO that we signed up for. That's the logical end for progression. But like back when we started playing WoW, if we use WoW as a starting point instead of going further back to the older MMOs we played, like WoW Classic, yeah, you could get gear, but that was still an adventure and a social experience. You remember getting your Dungeon 0.5 set?
I remember getting asked to skip Kaworis.
Yeah, like, but all the stuff facilitated in that because they never made any piece of content irrelevant. They didn't have these stupid catch up mechanics to keep everything super systematized for uh for all of Classic and a good chunk of BC. You could just kind of make your way through the game and and progress by playing it, and it didn't feel like too much of a deviation. But now it's all just dungeon finders and hyper efficiency and a terrible story to wrap it all up. While Classic also had like this very, at least Classic through like Wrath, to it really started to fall apart in Wrath. This feeling, but and then the story hadn't gotten bad yet, where it was very much kind of like a tabletop universe. There's a lot of background details you can look into, but how good you think WoW Classic or WoW Burning Crusade or whatever story is entirely depends on whatever you had in your head for what the background information said. And like you're reading the DM handbook or the world
So
guide.
something that I remember, not necessarily fondly, but in at least iconically, is I remember having to look up in World of Warcraft where the heck am I supposed to go and question my level range? Because it's just not obvious.
Yeah,
Because you can just go anywhere you want. You just might get teabagged if you go the wrong direction.
yeah. That's unfortunately not a feeling I think we can ever recapture because that was born of an era when like Thoughtbot was still a new concept. You know, shouting in Baron's chat, "Where the heck should I go next?" or "Where's Mankirk's wife?" or running around Westfall completely lost about where to go for this quest, where you think you read the quest text right, but it's you're just not sure. You go Google it, and it's written by a bunch of idiots that have put something up about it. That era's gone. Now everything has a very systematized guide. It's very much
That,
so unorganic.
nowadays, that website would be the name of that website would be a totally different website.
Yeah, it's not Thoughtbot anymore.
Like it's not in the modern day, you would not name your data archive that.
Yeah, like that website is so old. The term "thought" had not yet entered the public lexicon with its current meaning spelled that way.
What had entered the public lexicon was zesty clam meat.
Yes. Yeah, so I don't think some of those feelings can be recaptured just because people's obsessive need to optimize the fun out of video games can't be stopped, and the internet as a communications tool is just too powerful now. But you don't have to lose all of that. But games are so just stuck. MMOs are stuck in this systematized model that WoW made popular because it had a lot of subscribers when it did it. I think we could benefit from just a little bit of experimentation to trying to branch out. But of course, you got to get investors these days to fund any kind of experimentation like that. And good luck with that.
To be fair, I've solved at least 2/3 of the riddles in Star Rail myself and only looked up the answers to the remaining third after I'd spent several hours molding about them.
I remember the breaking point for me on one of them flipping puzzles that was just like three triangles or three diamonds on top of each other, and I was like,
Well, I'm talking about ones like where the solution is pi and things like that.
oh yeah, those.
The, the bridge where you've got to fly in and out of the various things in a particular order that is diagrammed in ASCII because they had ASCII in ancient Greece, obviously.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the WoW stuff. I'm going to use your first paragraph, Serathis, to springboard into the only news topic I'll touch on at all because Fern's thoughts next week will be something we can tangent off of in a different direction, I think.
Then Fern's thoughts on this topic was that the sun is going to explode on September the 3rd.
That seems to be a lot of people's thoughts, is there's going to be a solar flare that destroys all electronics on the planet. And we do have an answer. Well, probably the only answer we're going to get in from a Bloomberg article on your question, Serathis, and that is Silk Song 2 or Silk Song 2. I'm time traveling. Silk Song is finally coming out in 2 weeks on September 4th. Less than 2 weeks now, actually. Um, so yeah, it's a thing and it's happening. Full release trailer and it's coming. Now, you may have heard me over the past several mentions of Silk Song that I was growing more apathetic towards it. There are two factors that have made me choose to engage the hype machine again, and you can't stop me. The first one is this game this year just has not had a very large number of video games that I look forward to that that are in my wheelhouse. Like there's Expedition 33 and Donkey Kong Bonanza are like the only games that have made an impact on me that were released this year.
Well, we looked forward to Wilds.
Yeah, it made an
Like,
impact, but for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I mean it's not as bad as the reviews tend to make it seem, but they did deliberately screw the PC optimization just to try and get it out the door faster.
Yeah, and while
And
it
it's sort
is
of nice to see them suffer for that.
and while it's much more playable now, my feelings with that game are still associated with my early time wrestling with the freaking settings and the terrible in-game progression.
Yeah, and it's like you can't get these things back, right? Like it's the same as like even if the next patch, Final Fantasy 14 fixes their story and everything is cool again, I've still got emotions to overcome to go back.
Yeah, you need. It's going to take somebody to drag you over the hoop for that. I almost lost the house in the subs, by the way, almost, but I saved them. I'm still paying money to keep them around just in case. I don't know how long that's going to hold. I really don't want to lose those subs.
I mean, I can see a future in which I go back to Final Fantasy 14. It's just I don't have that feeling now. Like the amount of hype that would be required to drag me back there would be very, very hefty indeed.
It
Like, it would
would
have to be true return to form stuff.
like they're going to have to come out with the live letter for the next expansion, and it's going to have to say all the right words. The expansion's going to have to come out, and they're going to have to deliver on most of it.
I think that the easiest way for them to restore my faith would be if they came out and said all of the things that I've been feeling about it to show that they actually did receive that information and that it's in their mind.
If they
Because any other claim that they've fixed the problem without acknowledging the problem is just going to fall on deaf ears.
Yeah, there are two things in particular that I'm looking for from that team. It is an apology for Wook Lamont and an admission that that was a mistake, and I also need to hear something about them fixing the class homogenization problem.
I mean, this is slightly orthogonal to the primary thrust of the topic we're discussing, but what I'm basically saying is that there's intangibles associated with overcoming something that has lost your interest.
Yeah. So Wilds would be a game on my radar for, this was a game that made an impact, but it honestly I don't think about Wilds at all anymore. I don't look at any of the press releases for it. I've already kind of mostly moved on from it. I may check it out again when the expansion comes out because that initial uh pain of going through that game and just all the obvious problems with it that needed more time in the oven just left a sour taste.
Maybe I'll think about it for the FF collab, simply because the last time they did a collab, it was an unreasonably difficult monster, and I think that the games industry needs more unreasonably difficult challenges.
Yeah, we have one company that pumps those out once every 3 years or so, and FromSoft is kind of carrying that load by itself. You really want to? You know what side Larbert is? You got that memorized?
Well, is it my larboard or his larboard?
Always
That's the
his.
part that always gets me.
It's his Larbert.
But what if I'm behind the boss because I'm playing a character with directional attacks?
Then it's both of your Larbert. So yeah. That's interesting, but I'll see. I'll wait till it comes out and I hear reports on it. I'm not going to jump back into the
Yeah,
game in
I'm
preparation
not
for it or
going to
anything.
either. They are bringing out a lot of like they keep ramping the difficulty over and over again. So at least it's obvious that they understand that they nerfed it too much. But I need it to run like butter, and have content for me to do, and it be interesting and engaging, and me not having to talk to that cat every 5 minutes.
Yeah, just leave Brownie in the tent as a collectible, as a collection node dude. He's fine there. We don't need him anymore. Let him slowly turn into an Arkfeld.
It seems to be what he wants.
Eventually, you just got a giant Arkfeld sitting on your bench that you go collect your materials from. Oh, that would be amazing. So yeah. Um, so there just haven't been a whole lot of games this year that have popped up and really made an impact. Expedition 33 is the clear winner for games I will remember for a long time after I played it. I enjoyed every second of that game, loved everything about the story, and unlike other games where they have to compromise, I love both the world building and the characters. Uh, and
Yeah,
so
it's very vivid, and I think it helps that they've got a very unique aesthetic to everything.
yeah, the 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 painting theming going on, and their very creative use of the art assets they use from Unreal. Like it just is a very pretty game, and it
And
really
they
stands
seem to
out.
genuinely recognize the importance of Art Deco as an architectural movement, which I think Americans have really done themselves dirty because that's like America's major cultural contribution to
Yeah,
art and architecture, in my opinion, is Art Deco, and you people just don't use it for anything anymore.
no, you have to go to the really out in the sticks to start seeing it pop up anymore.
It used to be the entirety of Manhattan was constructed out of it.
Yeah, no, you gotta get past the suburb. Well, you still see it in some suburb areas, but the major cities have just abandoned it for modernist garbage. But yeah, it's like Expedition 33 made a huge splash with me. Totally out of nowhere, too. Was not on the radar until it came out, and I'm so glad I played it.
And
Dunk,
that score.
yeah, that if if the song that everybody listens to on repeat from that game doesn't win Song of the Year and get played at the Game Awards, Keely's an even bigger clown than we thought.
Well, I'm fully expecting them to just give all the awards to Donkey Kong because it's Nintendo.
Yeah, he does love his Tendo, and Donkey Kong was good. It was the other game that made an impact. Like they managed to make an enjoyable collectathon with a stellar ending for old school fans.
Yeah,
But
well, that's the thing though. Expedition 33 won all of its accolades off its own back. Donkey Kong is trading on the existence of nostalgia
yeah,
in order to get that last 10% of the points.
yeah. So it Expedition 33 is definitely the better raw product. I don't think there's any question there. But that's it for games that have made a splash this year. That's an
But my
anemic
Mario
year.
Kart, my open world.
The probably the most overpriced and overhyped game of the year.
I've seen like total like absolutely casual gaming normies complaining about how it doesn't make sense to have an open world in a racing game.
Yeah, like if you're gonna do the open world in a racing game, the only way you can make it work is with the Diddy Kong Racing or Crash Team Racing model, where you have an overworld that has the levels in it, and when you drive to the levels, you do the race, and you maybe put a few collectibles in there, but not very many, and it's mostly just there as set dressing. It's not the selling point of your thing. That's the only time that crap works, and you run into the genie or the stupid clock and accidentally have to talk to him several times. Part of N64 jank charm. But yeah, that's it was just garbage. Everything about that game was garbage. And the fact that you have to do the open world races with the linear tracks, I hope you like driving in a straight line online. Just a load of garbage. So I've started to become desperate. Like this year needs at least one or two more wins for it not to be just a total flat year or just the Expedition 33 year. Because I spent a whole lot more time on mobile games and Hoyo games this year than I have on any other year, and that's not normal for me. especially when I don't have an MMO to talk about. So yeah, Silk Song is coming out in 2 weeks. They put out a gameplay trailer and it looked really good. They put out the release trailer and the story trailer and it looked really good. And I'm like, okay,
If you
but
if you look at Wikipedia's page for 2025 in video games and the ones that got 90 or higher on Metacritic, there are only 4. One of them is Expedition 33, one of them is Donkey Kong. The other two are Blueprints and Split Fiction. And, Blueprints is basically a game for streamers to stream, and Split Fiction is a game nobody actually cares about.
yeah, Split Fiction is kind of a streamer game in a way. The most I see from it is streamers, people playing together. I mean, if you got one friend and you both have money, yeah, that you can justify throwing $50 at it, maybe it's fun, a great time. But
But those are the only ones that have cracked 90 on Metacritic. Which means that even the critical apparatus is not impressed with this year.
yeah, so we need another win. And Silk Song's trailers look really good, but that wouldn't have been enough by itself because you can make a really pretty trailer. Where I am deriving all of my cohopium, because we are now at both, is the article that Jason Schreier wrote with an interview with Team Cherry. Posted on Bloomberg. I could not get a. I'll link this in live show chat. I could not find an archive.org link for it, and Wayback Machine was being problematic to me when I was trying to archive it myself, so I couldn't do that. But there's the article. It's not paywalled, but it is covered in garbage. So they asked the question, okay, this game took forever. What happened? And they're like, yeah, so we were aware of the commentary online, but we're not terminally online, so we just kind of kept making the game, and there was no problems or anything, nobody leaving the team. It's just we kept having new fun ideas, and because the first game was such a success, we could just work on the sequel without having to worry about investor pressure to get this thing out or curtail any of our ideas for it, because we were funded the entire time, and we could have kept going, but eventually we as a team decided we had to put the pen down and polish this thing up. And it was apparently finished, in air quotes, last year, and they've spent most of this year going through and fine-tuning it and polishing it up to make sure that it comes out, like Hollow Knight did, with no busted anything, like a proper video game should. So they've apparently just been constantly having new ideas, and they had to take the artist's sketchbook away from him because he kept drawing cool things they wanted to put in the game. I'm sure that's hyperbole, but that's a fun way to put it.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe them. It's possible, but it's also possible that they just ended their careers by saying that.
Yeah, it's
because what that will mean to anybody looking to invest in them in future, because you can't, basically in this industry, you can't stay indie forever. It basically means nobody will ever trust them with an investment at any point, ever, because they can't be trusted to manage a project such that it doesn't have a development cycle longer than its sales tail does.
Yeah, so they're a team of like Expedition 33, well, even smaller than Expedition 33. There are not very many people on this team. There are 3 dudes at Team Cherry that make up
The
Team
explanation
Cherry.
is basically like, we kind of got lost in the sauce.
Pretty much. But they seem genuinely impressed and confident in the product they have. So I'm going to choose to have hopium here, that this is what that we'll get something good. They said specifically, yeah, the COOF didn't interrupt anything we were doing. They're in Adelaide, and they said Adelaide wasn't that bad for lockdowns. And they
never go outside anyway.
Yeah, so they just kind of kept on working. And it was actually, they had originally thought it would get out in 2023. But that just didn't happen because they kept having more stuff they wanted to do. And if you look at their trailer, they do show a ginormous bit of the map with areas leading into other areas that are not shown very briefly. And over 40 bosses at launch. And they made sure to emphasize it's unique bosses, not reskins. And
It better be 40 at launch if you just spent 7 years developing them.
yeah, so
Like, if there's one thing that they have zero excuse for, it's not having enough content.
yeah, so this game looks like it's going to be massive.
Like I said, it had better be. They spent twice as long developing it as any other company would ever dare ask for.
Yeah, so but yeah, it's just basically they're like, yeah, we didn't really want to go get any investors. We had plenty of money in sales from the first game because we weren't beholden to anybody. Um, and we all just aren't very extravagant people. So all three of us just kind of kept working on the game for 6 or 7 years, and
Living on secondhand sandwiches.
yeah, pretty much. Like we could have increased our pays and salaries and everything, but we already were taking enough to live comfortably, so we just didn't and kept working on the game. And they they've got it in a place they're happy with now, and they're putting it out there. So it is pretty quick to announce the release date this quick on, but I get the feeling they know that they'll get enough buzz that 2 weeks is probably optimal headroom. That
I
just
think that they've
intuitively,
probably been toying with it for a while.
yeah,
Like, it's basically, it's probably been done for months. And that they're just like, oh, well, are we going to for reals pull the trigger this time? Or are we going to give it another week to fix another bug or two? Or, like, they've probably been dancing with the release thing for quite a while.
yeah. So it's it looks all the words are right. If the game actually comes out and all these words are true, Team Cherry's still the goat. If they drop the ball, that's not good. I'm willing to give them a chance and place my hopium in them because they're Team Cherry. They're the company that sold me a 100 plus hour video game that they made on a shoestring budget for $20, and then all the DLC for it was free. Like, if there's one company I think can pull it, that can maybe have enough goodwill left, even after the redonkulous wait and total incommunicado with the fan base at large.
Maybe it's more, maybe it's like this. Like, this is not serious, but this is the funny, overly charitable take. Is they were like, we've got enough money to make the game we want, but we don't have anything left for a marketing budget. How can we make the community do all the marketing for us? I
I,
know, we'll just delay it until they're all just so deep in molding that they can't stop talking about it.
yeah, if that was the plan, it worked. Because the internet is a buzz with Silk Song soon instead of Silk Song when. Where is the quote in this article that Gibson said? There's a very funny quote when Schreier pointed out that there are some truly insane people that have gone crazy waiting for your game. It's here we go. Gibson responds with, "It's nice that people are passionate about the game and that they've obviously formed their own very strange or very exciting communities around it." And then Pellin, the other guy that was with him at the interview, says, "Kind of feels like we're going to ruin their fun by releasing the game."
What will they silk post about?
They're currently in full Shaw mode. Shaw.
Does Hornet have enough story to support a whole game? Like, I don't even know. I don't even know what the why everybody's always simping for Hornet.
It is the story in Hollow Knight is more explicit than Dark Souls, but it's very it leaves a lot open to your reading of what's going on and what you can assume based on the information you're presented. So a lot of people's hype for the characters and the story of Hollow Knight is going to be entirely up to their own brain's interpretation of things. Not in the sense that you literally have to comb through every item description like Dark Souls does, but in the sense that the world itself is what's telling most of the story, and the bits of story you do get that are explicitly told to you to link everything
Zote,
to.
and therefore can't be trusted.
Well, Zote's nothing Zote says is true. So if Zote says it, it's definitely not true. Not true. But yeah, it's so a lot of people's clinginess to the story and the characters is going to be either entirely based around the way those characters made an impact on them while they were playing due to how the gameplay worked. Like Hornet is popular because she's the Virgil of Hollow Knight. Like she's the rival character to the Knight. She's the only other entity that is a void blob like the Knight is. She is uh, starts off as the Knight's better, and as you progress through the game, you match her more and more until you can finally beat her, and she agrees to help you in whatever way you want to end the game with whatever ending you pick. And she shows up at the ending and has a cool moment no matter what ending you pick. She fills that slot, so she's going to attach to a lot of people just because of that reason. And she just has a really cool fighting style when you fight her. That while some of it feels analogous to the Knight, it's very unique. It's Hornet's own spin on it with the use of her thread. So think the Knight's move set with the same kind of dives, dashes, and stuff, but she can trail her threads around and booby trap them and do all kinds of fun stuff. So she's endearing in a gameplay sense, and she's endearing in a character sense because she's the rival character that eventually joins your side. So
Well, I've got bad news. There's nothing left on the slate for the rest of the year that is anything that's any good.
I am so after this article, I am giving Team Cherry, maybe against my better judgment, the Hocopium, all of it. Please give me something.
Well, you've got 2 weeks to clear all of the content in Silk Song before the remake of Trails comes out.
Yeah, and by all accounts, that is looking really good. The Trails in the Sky remake, everybody says it's great. That's got their hands on it, and I think the demo was out briefly during Gamescom. I don't know if it's still out. I have not played it.
I do appreciate Team Cherry choosing to release it when they did, because it will allow them to eat Borderlands 4's lunch.
Oh yeah, they're going to. There are several indie studios. The most notable one being the company that made Etern Noctis, which is another Metroidvania that came out in the gap between Hollow Knight and Silksong. As we Metroidvania players track time, it is pre-Hollow Knight, Hollow Knight era, post-Hollow Knight era, and now the Silksong era. It came out in the dreaded gap of the post-Hollow Knight era, and was good and competent, and had a larger dev team, Team Cherry, so they were able to get a pretty big game out in that time frame. But it was no Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight was special. Like Team Cherry being, I think because they're so small, they're 3 dudes and they hire on and off a few contractors. That's it. Because the team is so small, they're able to keep their ideas consistent and really flesh them out. There's a level of coherency to both the gameplay and the world construction and the world building there that you just don't get with larger teams. Also, part of the reason I think Expedition 33 is so good because the team is so small. They're able to keep their ideas coherent and everybody on the same page. So, but the Eternal Noctis guys were going to release a week after Silk Song, and when the announcement came out, they put out a news post that said, "Yeah, no, we ain't doing that." Like, we were the filler game that was pretty dang good, but we're not going to go up against the Kings. So we're going to make the best looking PR statement we can and bow out until we can do a simultaneous release on all consoles early next year. Later, bitches. So I am hoping beyond hope that Silksong is good because this year has just been so anemic. I was initially more apathetic, but it's just I like good single player video games, and there just ain't been very many this year.
Well, don't hold your breath, because that's not changing.
I mean, if Silksong is some 200-hour epic, which it almost it would not surprise me given the dev time it's had, then it could tide me over for like at least a month. Although I will probably be no life in it with all my free time. Gotta find me a nice audiobook to put in the background when I'm doing backtracking. It's around tax season,
Really, I
actually.
thought the music was quite nice in Hollow Knight.
Yeah, but if you're in full explore mode in an area for multiple hours, you can only hear the same track so many times, even for a looper like me. Oh yeah, they did confirm the composer is back as well. He's done all the music again, so all the music should be good. So that's where we're at with Hollow Knight. I I I have 180'd on my stance from earlier in the year, all because of this year.
Aristotle, you're forgetting Bubsy.
I don't think Bubsy is going to be able to beat Team Cherry. I don't think Bubsy is even on the same tier of the tier list by a factor of like 4 letters.
But they're releasing only 5 days later.
Yeah. Man, Silk Song is going to torpedo so many people that aren't aware of it. Like, Bubsy is a meme game you would pick up to play just because it's funny to show your friends, or maybe you're just curious because the streamer played it. No streamer's gonna be playing Bubsy. They're gonna be playing Silk Song.
That's what gets the clicks, man.
Jaw, jaw, golly, it good.
I'm
It's
going to assume that they're just making noises, not actually talking.
They are, but one of them is just "cha" as a shout that Hornet does, and people have interpreted one of her nonsense gibberish noises because it sounds close enough to get good. Get good. So, and the best part about the Hollow Knight universe is we're all bugs and blob people. There's very little room to inject any kind of political commentary here. So even if Team Cherry has been infected by the recent politicization hyper focus, there ain't a whole lot of room in that universe to inject it. Like even like Hornet is a blob person. Hornet is a girl in air quotes because she was given to the spider lady of the Hollow Knight Kingdom of Deep Nest as a daughter specifically because the spiders are matriarchal because they're spiders. But otherwise, she's just a black void blob.
Is that like actually a genus in that setting?
They're kind of like
Black Void Blob.
they're homunculuses that were created out of some kind of nebulous goop energy by the previous king, who the guy that put all the saw blades in his castle. Uh, to to be empty vessels.
Too great.
Yeah, by Mister No Cost Too Great himself. To be empty vessels to contain the magical infection that mind controls all the bugs as the game progresses. He needed a totally mindless one to make it to the top. So it was strong enough and coherent enough that he could that it could contain the infection, because you can't have any thoughts if you're going to contain it. And in the true ending, you find a way around this by summoning all of the homunculuses to go beat down the avatar of the infection. In one of the endings, you do make it there as just a hollow knight and absorb the magical infection monster. But his first kid, the first blob creature that made it out, is actually the Hollow Knight, the thing the game's actually named after, which the king couldn't bring himself not to love and instill emotion into by accident because he saw it as his kid. And the knight you play as crawled up after that knight did and managed to break out. So it's actually a really cute story with the little homunculuses they got going on there, and really sad how you have to put down the king's original son, who tried to contain the infection after his dad died, but because he loved his dad too much, he had an emotional attachment to the world, and that let the corruption start leaking out and influencing him. So,
Are you going to go back and do any of the bosses to try and retune your skills?
Specifically, no. I'm going to avoid doing that.
You're going to start from ground zero?
Yeah, I want to get a much more fresh, clean slate experience going into this, and I don't want to expedite my progress with the game by being in practice. So I'm going to hold off on going back to Hollow Knight until after Silk Song's been beaten. I might go back and do some more Pantheon bosses in that game, do some compare and contrast, or maybe do a quick just any percent run through of the main game after I beat Silk Song if it's really that good, just to have a comparison point to see how far we've gone. But before the release, I'm not going to do that on purpose. I thought about it. My finger was
Before
over the button.
Christmas rolls around, he's still delving through the dungeons because they just kept making more game.
Yeah, if like it gets to December and I'm still in Silksong land, they more than delivered.
Except now you're only talking in strange noises.
Igale, Sha, be good. What? There apparently is a translation for the bug gibberish, but nobody's sure if it's actually a translation because it's not written in a script that's real, and it may or may not just be a troll by Ari Gibson, which would be totally in character for him. He does do that a lot. But uh, yeah, I'm hopeful, and if Team Cherry delivers on this game, and it's at least like 100 hours and full of content that's all good and high quality. If this thing comes out and there's no issues with it, it's a working video game, and all that polished talk was actually true. If it comes out and a few months down the line, six months to a year down the line, they start releasing the DLC for it, and it's free again, Team Cherry is the GOAT. They are the best video game developer on the planet. And it's not even close. But we will see. I am suddenly on full hype mode for this game, and hope to see you all in the new kingdom that Hornet will be going to when it comes out, and hopefully our time won't be a big disappointment. I I don't think it will be. I think we
Are
based
they
on
positioning it to be an actual sequel?
yeah.
So it's not just another game in the same universe. It's like, and after that, then this happened.
Yeah. No matter what ending you pick in the original Hollow Knight, the knight is either sealed away, incapacitated, or gives up his life to stop the infection. So the knight doesn't exist anymore. He dies at the end. So and the true ending of the game,
Ironically, is Zote still alive?
unfortunately, but in the true ending of the game, Hornet is left staring at the knight's broken mask as the clear inheritor to whatever comes next. So there was only one way they could go. So
Playable Zote win.
please no playable Zote. They one of the free DLCs wasn't listed as a full DLC, but it was a patch for the game where you take the dream nail and you just smack a sleeping bug in the only functional town in the game. That she is a fat pill bug that has just become infatuated with Zote, and you go into her dreams and fight Super Zote.
The Zote as she sees Zote.
Yes, and you can keep going into her dreams after you ruin them by defeating the Dream Zote, and Zote gets progressively stronger each time you go in until it gets just insanely ridiculous. This was all in just a free update. They just stuck the Zote Dream Patch in there, and until the Pantheons came out, like Zote plus 20 was one of the hardest boss fights in the game because everything he did one shot you. And that was before Nightmare King Grim too. And Team Sherry showed with the Pantheon DLC and the Grim Troop DLC, they have got a lock on making hard, challenging boss fights. And if they put them at the good points of the game, we're gonna be having a good time.
Not just enough to make them challenging. It also has to be, each of them has to be distinctive in its own way.
Yeah, you got they need to be able to do that again. The trailer showed Hornet has a whole lot of toolkit options for dealing with stuff. The Knight did to a degree, but it was all modifications you could do to the base moveset. Looks like Hornet's going to have a few more actual tools you can swap out. Because the badge system worked fine for Hollow Knight. It could modify the way that your basic attacks and dashes and stuff worked, and your spells worked. But and the modifications were very significant. More than just X does more damage. It do things like your slashes don't give you knockback now, or your slashes knock enemies back more, or your slashes are longer, or stuff like that. And there were zillions of these you could equip with your badge points, and that gave the knight a lot of flexibility. But it looks like they're actually expanding on that system by giving Hornet literal tools she can equip that'll radically change her gameplay, depending on what you want at the time. So that looks all good. They've added slopes for those unaware. Uh, Part of the reason the first Hollow Knight, and was the meme reason why Silksong was delayed so much when we got the Nintendo Direct trailer earlier this year, before we knew for sure it was coming out this year. It showed a very brief snippet of Hornet sliding on a slope, and in Hollow Knight 1, there are no slopes in the game. All traversable terrain is perfectly horizontal. And the reason they did this initially, they've said before, was because it was just easier to debug flat surfaces and construct environments that way, and get them done more easily. The second you add slopes in, bugs and potential problems crop up all over the place and infinitely complicate our already highly curated movement. But in Silksong, the Mad Lads have done it. They have discovered the 45-degree angle.
Are they all 45-degree? No custom slopes?
Well, we've only seen one slope, and that one was like 40 degrees, 45 degrees, something like that. It was a singular slope. So maybe that's the reason it took so long. That's what we were all saying before the interview came out, was that they added slopes. So yeah, well, they've added at least a slope. There may only be one. It may not even make it into the final game. We don't know yet. So all right, folks. That's all I got for hyping up the Silksongs. Do you got anything else for commentary to add on that, or any of the other stuff that's happened this week?
I don't think that there was anything I saw that was so pressing that I really wanted to mention it. I know that they're going to relaunch Blue Protocol in October. That's a thing, something that has been historically big on a lot of people's radar. Largely because it was such a beleaguered project that heaps and heaps of people were super hyped for it, and then it just got cancelled outright. And then it got revived, and now it's going to be actually coming out. And I'm sort of very curious as to see, will this actually land now that they've tried to resurrect it after it dying? Is that actually a thing? Is it going to work?
Yeah.
There were so many people hyped for it once upon a time, and I don't know how much of that is salvageable after all this time, but I'll be interested to see what it does. But other than that, I don't think that there was really much of anything. Like in the gacha space, there were a bunch of new trailers came out, of course, because tis the season. Like there was a new trailer for Neverness to Everness, there's a new trailer for Dual Knight Abyss. But honestly, both of them were very, very unimpressive to me. Like they just ended up looking like less polished versions of Genshin, even though Genshin's much, much older. Like I'm not really sure how they're planning to carve out a space unless they've got something really unique. But you know, I guess to some extent, Neverness to Everness does, since it's trying to horn in on Grand Theft Auto's turf at the same time as Genshin's turf. But as far as Dual Knight Abyss goes, it's got lots of people who are trying to hype it up, but it just looks like a less good Genshin at this point. Like in terms of, and I'm talking in terms of sheer polish. Like I don't know how the storytelling is or anything like that, but it just does not quite look as polished. There's a certain amount of extra dynamism that it has in there due to having a slightly more complex art style, and probably engine to some extent has probably got more features in it, but it didn't really sell me. It didn't really sell me. It didn't seem like the art directorial chops of that team are as refined as the Genshin ones have become, because it looks like Genshin 1.0. It doesn't look like the sorts of art that are presented for promotion by Genshin's team these days. It just seems like a little bit, behind the times. There was also some presentation of Arknight's Enfield, which I expected it to look more like Genshin, but in the end, it ended up looking more like Factorio. So I was very confused. But I will just let that one. I think I'll just let that one stew, because they haven't announced a release date yet for it, so it might not look anything like what it looks like now by the time it actually comes out.
Yep. Also, Kokomi, when she pulls out her light novel, like she is clearly not reading anything as saucy as what Sitlali's reading.
I don't get the impression that Sitlali's actually reading anything saucy. I think that she's just kind of excitable.
Yeah, because Sitlali gets all embarrassed when Kokomi pulls hers out. It's just like, oh, that was good and cute, and
Well,
she closes the
I think
book.
that's that. She's not embarrassed because it's saucy. This is my take on it anyway. I don't think she's embarrassed because it's saucy. I think she's embarrassed because she knows it's cringe.
Yeah. Oh goodness. Yeah, I haven't followed any of the news from the new gotchas coming out.
Silver Palace is the one everybody is waiting for more news about, and it's the only one that didn't announce anything. So I think they're just too far back in the development cycle for that. Silver Palace is the Victorian style one.
I see. Oh, that's a reflection on your choker, Kokomi. I was trying to. I thought she had a hole in her neck for a minute.
Oh, because the background is blue.
Yeah. So, all right. Yeah, we'll keep poking at stuff. I may poke at Wuthering Waves in the Silk Song lead up, but I'm just really hoping that game is good. They've said all the right words. Now they just deliver it. Just prove earlier in the year me wrong. I want you to do it. Guys didn't.
To some extent, it seems like it would be difficult for them to get it completely wrong. Like, I think that the worst you're likely to get is it was okay and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's
like, it would be nice if it ushers in the second coming, but I don't think that that's actually going to happen. I think that might be a bit too much to ask. But they already showed their mastery of this genre. They've got the competency to do it.
yeah.
Well, the main thing that's likely to impair them is the fact that they essentially took no feedback for 7 years and have been entirely within their own heads. So whatever they thought was good at the start is probably what they were thinking was good at the end.
Yeah. So, yeah, just hoping for, because we need another win. This year has been very frustrating to me. Like, I don't dislike the stuff we do in Genshin. I like running around the world and doing dumb stuff and putting characters and theorizing teams together. But mobile and gacha games are not my home. MMOs and fun single player games are my home. And there is no MMO right now that I want to play. Certainly not one in the classic sense of an MMO. And single player games have been incredibly anemic in filling that hole in my gaming life. And I need some.
I was expecting Monster Hunter to slide neatly into that slot, but it didn't, because they cheated. They tried to come out before they were done.
Yeah, just that one came out and I bonked off of it like a brick wall from day one. Like, you and Vol were really hyped
for praising. You were praising Capcom for releasing games when they were finished, and they got a fat head.
Yeah, yeah. I knew something was up when Itsuno got fired, but yeah, just not good. So hopefully Capcom gets their act together Probably not, because it still made gangbusters.
I wouldn't quite go that far. The earnings reports have been quietly panicky over Wilds because their sales tail has collapsed. Like, Devil May Cry sold more than like the Devil May Cry 5 sold more in this past quarter than Monster Hunter Wilds did.
Oh dear.
It is they are not resting on their laurels because of high sales, because they have seen a fall off of like legendary proportions. Like their sales numbers have completely collapsed, which is why they are furiously bringing basically feature after feature after feature is being brought forward weeks and months. Like they have consumed like 50% of their next 12 months roadmap already, just to keep bringing features forward to try and keep people engaged while they sort out the optimization problems.
Yeah.
To try and make it into a legit product.
Yeah.
Like, they know that they've done wrong, and the worst part about it is that the people who made that final decision, no, we're just going to come out early, are not the ones who are going to be pulling the long hours and paying the price for it.
Yeah. The of the studios at Capcom, the dev teams genuinely seem to care about their games, but man, does the higher ups in corporate make a whole lot of dumb decisions for them. Like when you had Itsuno and his team, and he was allowed to run a tight ship without corporate interference, great game after great game. When the Resi team was left just go and push out a new game, great, turned out awesome. When the Phoenix Wright guys finally get off their butt and pump something out, yeah, we may have issues about the way the story goes, but it always plays like Phoenix Wright, and it works. When you start pushing out your big game for the year or way ahead of schedule, and don't let the Monster Hunter team do what the Monster Hunter team do, they make a whole lot of dumb decisions sometimes, but usually they can at least make a Monster Hunter game. The problem here was there was no game. It wouldn't run. And what you did have was pitifully easy at launch. And the in-game progression was awful. And I had to reinstall shaders 4 times. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Like, you and Fern were I could hear y'all trying to hold on when we were playing early and try and keep interest going because we were all looking forward to it. But from day one, I was starting to sour on it, and I could feel myself getting more and more hostile towards the game as time went on. And it eventually, the patch that broke everything and made the game totally unplayable, even though they fixed it a couple patches later, and now runs better than it did even at launch. That patch in particular was the straw that broke the camel's back for me with Monster Hunter. I need either the next expansion or some news to come directly to my ears from people playing it about improvements they made for me to go jump into it again.
Yeah, the communications people have spoken on the topic, and acknowledged their fuck up, but they don't even have a timeline to fix it, which to me says how far behind they were on their optimization when they were forced to release.
Yeah, I mean, with the last optimization patch that fixed the problems that one patch introduced, I was getting significantly better performance through the game than I ever had. But that still was, for the level of GPU I've got, that's not acceptable. It still was not what I would call acceptable. Like a 4070 Ti should be able to roll that game, but nope. It's barely able to get like 80 FPS, which is perfectly playable and the state the game should have released in at minimum, but the damage has been done. So, all right, we've been waffling for a lot. I think I'm going to send this out if you don't have anything else.
No, I don't think I've got anything else to say.
All right. Jellyfish says, we'll see you next week.